My dick is getting longer. Okay. I have only recently, today, started drinking water, so I might take a little bit of getting used to. So I get back into the reading voice. But it shouldn't be too bad. I think we'll be okay. It should be pretty easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Let me see, I got a couple thingies I gotta do real quick. Real super duper quick. Okay. I think I am ready to go. Ready as spaghetti. Like a lion in the Serengeti. Phew. Okay, let's see. Before I start, I gotta do a little thingy ogre here somewhere. Give me this. And give me this thingy ogre here too. What the heck? me make sure. Let me make sure I go ahead and kill that. I don't want to be bothered over here by disco sounds. Cringe. Cringe. Notifications on my stream. No siree. Okay. So, last time we read, I believe, 2 chapters. This next chapter should be chapter 3. We read the prologue, we read chapters 1 and 2, and previously on Halo, The Fall of Reach, we awoke on a transport ship with only 2 people on it. Some guy called Lieutenant Keyes and somebody else called Dr. Catherine Halsey. I wonder who these people could be. And they went to this planet called Eridanus. I think it was Eridanus 2, right? It would be super cool if they at least got that piece of information correct and accurate for the TV show. And yes, it is Eridanus 2, Elysium City. I think we should all be glad and lucky that they did not call it Eridanus 2, Planet Eridanus 2, Eridanus 2 City. That's I think we should all be grateful for the fact that they were more creative than that. I don't think I have anything else left to do here before I start. Maybe. Baby. I remember that one joke from George Carlin where he was considering alternative names for birth control. And I forgot if he said it was for a pill or a condom, but he said one of them could be called Maybe Baby. Or I'm pretty sure it was Baby Maybe, actually. But yeah, for some reason, every time I think of the word maybe, that joke typically pops up in my head. It's a pretty good meme. Give me this. Give me this. Wait, no. I got too many things to get through here. Okay. Let me grab all of this stuff. Let's see. Okay. Got that. We go over here. Go here. What the heck? That's not what I meant to do. Let's do that. Okay, let's get started. Easy peasy. Let's see. The last couple of things we read yesterday, the last time. So the 3 characters we have so far, who we are, I think, however, we might be doing a jump into a different place. Okay, no, we're not. So we should still be dealing with the same 3 characters here, who are Lieutenant Keyes, Dr. Catherine Halsey, and the ship's AI called named Torin, Toran, Toran. Should I do Ran or Ran? Ren. It's my East Coast New York accent that does the de-emphasizes the A sounds. Torin makes it seem like I'm saying torrent. But I am absolutely not encouraging anybody at all to do any kind of torrenting. Nope, not me, not here, nope. Everything we do is legal and above board. You heard it here first. And let's see. Okay, so Dr. Halsey had Lieutenant Keyes record her interaction with a child whose subject name is number 117. And then Lieutenant Keyes says, "I don't understand," Lieutenant Keyes said, and he started fiddling with the pipe he carried in his pocket. "I hope that continues, Lieutenant," Dr. Halsey replied quietly. "For your sake, I hope you never understand what we're doing." She looked one last time at number 117, at John. He was having so much fun, running and laughing. For a moment, she envied the boy's innocence. Hers was long dead. Life or death, lucky or not, she was condemning this boy to a great deal of pain and suffering. But it had to be done. And that is the end of chapter 2, where we last left off. So here we go to chapter 3, Burger King foot lettuce. Okay. Halo, the Fall of Reach, chapter 3. 2300 hours. September 23rd, 2517. Military calendar. Epsilon Eridani system. Is it Eridani or Eridani? I'm pretty sure it's Eridani, right? Epsilon Eridani system. Reach military complex. Planet Reach. Thankfully, they did not put Reach City. I think that is for the better. 100%. Dr. Halsey stood on a platform in the center of the amphitheater. I think I pronounced the P in amphitheater as opposed to the PH. I guess we'll do the PH since that's technically how it's supposed to be pronounced. Dr. Halsey stood on a platform in the center of the amphitheater. Oh my goodness, I really fucked that up thinking so hard about it. Stood on a platform in the center of the amphitheater. Concentric rings of slate-gray risers surrounded her, empty for now. Overhead spotlights focused and reflected off her white lab coat, and she still was cold. That's a pretty weird way. I think typically it would be written, and she was still cold. It's a little weird. Why would he write it that way? Overhead spotlights focused and reflected off her white lab coat, but she still was cold. She should feel safe here. Reach was one of the UNSC's largest industrial bases, ringed with high-orbit gun batteries, space docks, and a fleet of heavily armed capital ships. On the planet's surface were Marine and Navy Special Warfare training grounds, OCS schools, and between her underground facilities and the surface were 300 meters of hardened steel and concrete. The room where she now stood could withstand a direct hit from an 80-megaton nuke. I'm pretty sure that the Elamaus, the Covenants, would have way stronger bombs than that now. I'm pretty sure even the Glassings would go far beyond that. Would penetrate deeply into that all that armor and concrete The room where she was now, the room where she now, oh my goodness, where she now stood. Okay, okay, where she now stood. The room where she now stood could withstand a direct hit from an 80 megaton nuke. So why did she feel so vulnerable? Dr. Halsey knew what she had to do. Her duty. It was for the greater good. All humanity would be served, even if a tiny handful of them had to suffer for it. Still, when she turned inward and faced her complicity in this, she was revolted by what she saw. She wished she still had Lieutenant Keyes. He had proven himself a capable assistant during the last month, but he had begun to understand the nature of the project, at least seen the edges of the truth. Dr. Halsey had him reassigned to the Magellan with a commission to full lieutenant for his troubles. Uh-oh, somebody else is speaking. Who's this person? Are you ready, Doctor? A disembodied woman's voice asked. Almost, Deja, Dr. Halsey sighed. Please summon Chief Petty Officer Mendez. I'd like both present when I address them. Oh, I'd like you both present when I address them. Deja's hologram flicked. We're already into flick. It's only been a couple of paragraphs, and we already have a flick? What are the odds? Deja's hologram flicked on next to Dr. Halsey. The AI had been specifically created for Dr. Halsey's Spartan project. She took the appearance of a Greek god. Oh! She took the appearance of a Greek goddess, barefoot. That must be where she got the idea for Cortana to be barefoot, because her initial AI over here, Deja, is also barefoot. It's all starting to make sense. I wonder if... Let's go look it up real quick. What happened? What, you want to see too? Let's see. Greek goddess barefoot. Let's see if he used this artwork that comes up as a reference. Oh no. Well, I mean, it makes sense, right? All the little details are starting to add up. This is why Cortana is barefoot, and even the predecessor to Cortana is also barefoot. It all adds up. All the little pieces of information, they fit together perfectly like pieces of a puzzle. Deja's hologram flicked on next to Dr. Halsey. The AI had been specifically created for Dr. Halsey's Spartan program. She took the appearance of a Greek goddess, barefoot, wrapped in a toga, motes of light dancing about her luminous white hair. She held a clay tablet in her left hand. Binary cuneiform markings scrolled across the tablet. Dr. Halsey couldn't help but marvel at the AI's chosen form. Each AI self-assigned a holographic appearance, and each was unique. I guess maybe if we're speaking lore-wise, maybe Cortana was a bit envious of the fact that Halsey's previous AI partner was also a barefooted goddess, and so Cortana also had to assume that image for herself in some respects. One of the doors at the top of the amphitheater opened, and Chief Petty Officer Mendez strode down the stairs. He wore a black dress uniform, his chest awash with silver and gold stars and a rainbow of campaign ribbons. His close shorn hair had a touch of gray at the temples. Kind of reminds me a little bit of... I'm gonna move the mic here a second. Watch out for any spooky sounds. This description here of the touch of gray at the temples reminds me of Captain Keys at the beginning of Combat Evolved. Maybe that's what he had, what image he had as reference as he was describing the appearance of Chief Petty Officer Mendez. Let's see. He wore a black dress uniform, his chest awash with silver and gold stars, and a rainbow of campaign ribbons. His close shorn hair had a touch of gray at the temples. He was neither tall nor muscular. He looked so ordinary for a man who had seen so much combat, except for his stride. The man moved with a slow grace, as if he were walking in half gravity. He paused before Dr. Halsey, awaiting further instructions. "Up here, please," she told him, gesturing to the stairs on her right. Mendez mounted the steps of the platform and then stood at ease next to her. I'm not really sure how I should consistently voice the AI here, but I guess we'll find it along the way. I think that'll typically be how I find the voice for each of the characters. We'll work our way up to it and see how it plays out. Up here, please," she told him, gesturing to the stairs on her right. Mendez mounted the steps of the platform and then stood at ease next to her. "You have read my psychological evaluations?" Deja asked Dr. Halsey. "Yes, they were quite thorough," she said. "Thank you." "And?" "I'm foregoing your recommendations, Deja. I'm going to tell them the truth." Mendez gave a nearly inaudible grunt of approval. "A grunt, huh?" Mendez gave a nearly inaudible grunt of approval. One of the most verbose acknowledgments Dr. Halsey had heard from him. As a hand-to-hand combat and physical training DI. What would the DI be? Direct instructor, probably. As a hand-to-hand combat and physical training DI, Mendez was the best in the Navy. As a conversationalist, however, he left a great deal to be desired. "The truth has risks," Deja cautioned. "So do lies," Dr. Halsey replied. "Any story fabricated to motivate the children, claiming their parents were taken and killed by pirates or by a plague that devastated their planet. If they learned the truth later, they would turn against us." "It is a legitimate concern," conceded Deja, and then she consulted her tablet. May I suggest selective neural paralysis? It produces a targeted amnesia, a memory loss that may leak into other parts of the brain." "No," Dr. Halsey said. "This will be dangerous enough for them, even with intact minds." Dr. Halsey clicked on her microphone. "Bring them in now." "Aye, aye," a voice replied from the speakers in the ceiling. "They'll adapt," Dr. Halsey told Deja. "Or they won't. And they will be untrainable and unsuitable for the project. Either way, I just want to get this over with." 4 sets of double doors at the top tier of the amphitheater swung open. I actually like that it's described as an amphitheater, especially because it's also describing Deja as a Greek goddess AI with bare feet, which is very important. It's so important, the fact that she has bare feet, because it is the very first detail that Eric Nyland decided to put in there for the audience to understand. That's how crucial the bare feet is to the characteristics and the physical appearance of this AI. And so we'll have to go ahead and keep that in mind and see why exactly it is that this is a key detail to bring up first. What's up, Patches? What's up, buddy? What happened? It might be a bit too hot. I gotta go turn up the ACs. Give me a second. I will be right back. Patches kinda wants to jump up here on the desks, but I don't want her to accidentally bonk my cup of water. I feel like she will definitely, if she's not paying attention, which she probably won't, she will definitely spill all my water. No, thank you. Arby is awake, so maybe he will go. He will go play with her, and hopefully it's not too spooky. Because, like, he's way stronger than she is. Anyway, back over here to the amphitheater as the doors opened. Memory loss. Okay, here we go. Dr. Halsey clicked on her microphone. Bring them in now. Aye, aye, a voice replied from the speakers in the ceiling. They'll adapt, Dr. Halsey told Deja. Or they won't, and they will be untrainable and unsuitable for the project. Either way, I just want to get this over with. 4 sets of double doors at the top tier of the amphitheater swung open. 75 children marched in, each accompanied by a handler, a naval drill instructor in camouflage pattern fatigues. I kind of want to do that thingy where I pretend to be retarded and pronounce it incorrectly. In instructors in camouflage pattern fatigues. It's always funny when people don't know how to pronounce it. I remember this. We were reading, I think something about like the Second World War and the Enigma code maybe, and then there was this one kid. This would have been back in like middle school, where this kid he didn't know the word decipher or cipher, one of those two, and I already knew the word because I played Pokemon XD, so I was a professional. See, when you play video games and video games that have no voice acting, and you have to read the words yourself, you have a sort of a bit of a head start in in knowing, having a wider breadth of vocabulary, and so that kind of really helps. And he pronounced it. I think he said kiffer, so it must have been cipher. Must have been the word. And he said, I think he did say kiffer, or rather than kiefer. But yeah, that's one of the thingies that stuck out to me for sure from from middle school. Oh my goodness, it's still so hot. 75 children marched in, each accompanied by a handler, a naval drill instructor in camouflage patterned fatigues. The children had circles of fatigue around their eyes. They had all been collected, rushed here through slipstream space, and only recently brought out of cryosleep. The shock of their ordeal must be hitting them hard, Halsey realized. She stifled a pang of regret. When they had been seated in the risers, Dr. Halsey cleared her throat and spoke. As per Naval Code 45812, you are hereby conscripted into the UNSC special program codenamed Spartan 2. She paused. The words stuck in her windpipe. How could they possibly understand this? She barely understood the justifications and ethics behind this program. They looked so confused. A few tried to stand and leave, but their handlers placed firm hands on their shoulders and pushed them back down. That sounds kind of like it could be part of a different kind of a story. Uh-oh. A few tried to stand and leave, but their handlers placed firm hands on their shoulders and pushed them back down. 6 years old. This was too much for them to digest. But she had to make them understand, explain it in simple terms that they could grasp. Dr. Halsey took a tentative step forward. You have been called upon to serve, she explained. You will be trained, and you will become the best we can make of you. You will be the protectors of Earth and all her colonies. A handful of the children sat up straighter, no longer entirely frightened, but now interested. Dr. Halsey spotted John, subject number 117, the first boy she had confirmed as a viable candidate. He wrinkled his forehead, confused, but he listened with rapt attention. This will be hard to understand, but you cannot return to your parents. The children stirred. Their handlers kept a firm grip on their shoulders. This place will become your home, Dr. Halsey said in a soothing... Fuck, I read the A earlier than I should have. This place will become your home, Dr. Halsey said in as soothing a voice as she could muster. Your fellow trainees will be your family now. The training will be difficult. There will be a great deal of hardship on the road ahead. But I know you will all make it. She's a liar! All women are liars. Patches, what you looking over there? What is that? Uh-oh, Patches is being a weird little spooky kid. She's licking the pillow where she was just asleeping. What is that? Okay, we left off where she said, there will be a great deal of hardship on the road ahead, but I know you will all make it. Patriotic words, but they rang hollow in her ears. She had wanted to tell them the truth, but... Hey, could you guys not make any noise? I'm trying to read. Patriotic words, but they rang hollow in her ears. She had wanted to tell them the truth, but how could she? Not all of them would make it. Acceptable losses the Office of Naval Intelligence Representative had assured her. None of it was acceptable. Rest now, Dr. Halsey said to them. We begin tomorrow. She turned to Mendez. Have the trainees, escorted to their barracks, feed them, and put them to bed. Yes, ma'am, Mendez said. Fallout, he shouted. He's playing Fallout. He's a Fallout fan. I wonder if he likes Fallout 4. The children rose at the urging of their handlers. What happened? Why is she meowing all of a sudden? What's wrong? What do you want? What? Oh my god, she's gonna jump up on my thingy again. I gotta go clear her landing spot. I gotta secure her an LZ. Okay, so she told Mendez to feed them and put them to Pokemon's asleepings. Wouldn't it be pretty cool if they used Pokemon's asleepings to track their sleep patterns and see if they got enough healthy sleeps? That'd be pretty cool. Yes, ma'am, Mendez said. Fallout, he shouted. The children rose at the urging of their handlers. John 117 stood, but he kept his gaze on Dr. Halsey and remained stoic. Many of the subjects seemed stunned. A few had trembling lips, but none of them cried. These were indeed the right children for the project. Dr. Halsey only hoped that she had half of their courage when the time came. Keep them busy tomorrow, she told Mendez and Deja. Keep them from thinking about what we've just done to them. And that is the end of Chapter 3. Section 2. Boot. And so here is another one of the potential book covers that they were working on. This one has the title above it that says Support. And it has an image of the Master Chief. He is facing leftward. He is on the foreground. He is facing leftward. And then slightly behind him, about a couple feet, there are two more Spartans who are also facing left with their guns. But the second Spartan closer to him is looking at the Master Chiefs. And behind them in the distance, there are Alamau ships up in the sky, and they have a beam of some sort coming from the ship down toward the ground. And there's like a circle of light around them. It could be like a kind of explosion that's happening in the background, or it could be kind of like a halo for this character over here, this Spartan who is at the foreground. I don't know. I kind of like this one actually. I think I like this one better than the first two. And I think I also like this one better. What page is this? 36. I think I like this one better than the current cover, which is this one. But I guess the benefit of this cover that they actually chose, the reason that it's good is because it emphasizes the fact that Reach is a planet and that it is in its final days, because it looks like hell. There's the atmosphere is all orange and red and yellow, bursting in flames as the beams of light strike down from orbit, and there are slightly obscured but still also slightly visible silhouettes of Alamau ships in orbit. So yeah, that's always one of the both the fun and also frustrating parts about making artwork, especially for like a cover. You gotta pick and choose what you're gonna show or how you're gonna show it. What's the message that you're trying to depict? What's the emotion? All of those good things. It's definitely both fun and frustrating because you typically have too many things to pick from and too many different ways to depict it. But yeah, that is the image titled Support. Chapter 4. 0530 hours, September 24th, 2517. Military calendar. Epsilon Eridani System. Reach Military Complex. Planet Reach. Wake up, trainee. John rolled over in his cot and went back to sleep. He went back to his sleepings. He was dimly aware that this wasn't his room and that there were other people here. A shock jolted them, from his bare feet to the base of his spine. He yelled in surprise and fell off the cot. He shook off the disorientation from being nearly asleep and got up. This is the second instance in which they are describing bare feet, except this time it is Master Chief's feats. What is Eric Nyland's and what are Bungie's obsession with bare feet? Why is this a consistent element of the Halo series? And why did 343 eliminate the Cortana feats from Halo Infinity? Very interesting questions to ponder. He yelled in surprise and fell off the cot. He shook off the disorientation from being nearly asleep and got up. I said up, Boot. You know which way is up is. Oh my goodness, no, I messed it up. You know which way up is? A man in camouflage uniform stood over John. His hair was shorn and gray at his temples. His dark eyes didn't look human, too big and black, and they didn't blink. He held a silver baton in one hand. He flicked it toward John, and it sparkled. Sparkled? He flicked it toward John, and it sparked. He's got a little shock thingy. That's no good. John backed away. Oh. He wasn't afraid of anything? Really? Is that no fucking way. Is that in the original? I gotta go check my book. Oh my goodness. No fucking way. Okay, unfortunately I do not have the camera plugged in, so I can't show you my physical copy. But let's go look at chapter 4. It is here. John backed away. He wasn't afraid of anything. Oh my goodness. What? Hold on. Wait. So then, what is the origin of the meme? It appeared on 4chan, and that's where it became popular. Did the person who posted on 4chan read this first? Is that what he says? Master Chief doesn't afraid of anything? No fucking way. Oh my goodness. The last time I read this was so long ago that I completely forgot this was here. Back when I read it, I must have also noticed this and had a little giggle. But oh my goodness. That's pretty funny. Okay, let's go. Let's go read back up again. A man in camouflage uniform stood over John. His hair was shorn and gray at his temples. His dark eyes didn't look human, too big and black, and they didn't blink. He held a silver baton in one hand. He flicked it toward John and it sparked. John backed away. He wasn't afraid of anything. Only little kids were afraid. But his body instinctively moved as far away from the instrument as possible. Dozens of other men roused the rest of the children. 74 boys and girls screamed and jumped out of their cots. "I am Chief Petty Officer Mendez," the uniformed man next to John shouted. "The rest of these men are your instructors. You will do exactly as we tell you at all times." Mendez pointed to the far end of the cinderblock barracks. "Showers are aft. You will all wash and then return here to dress." He opened a trunk at the foot of John's cot and pulled out a matching set of gray sweats. John leaned closer and saw his name stenciled on the chest. John 117. "No slacking. On the double." Mendez tapped John between his shoulder blades with the baton. Lightning surged across John's chest. He sprawled on the cot and gasped for air. "I mean it. Go, go, go." John moved. He couldn't inhale, but he ran anyway, clutching his chest. He managed a ragged breath by the time he got to the showers. The other kids looked scared and disoriented. They all stripped off their nightshirts and stepped into the conveyor, washed themselves in lukewarm soapy water, then rinsed in an icy cold spray. He ran back to his bunk, got into underwear, thick socks, pulled on the sweats, and a pair of combat boots that fit his feet perfectly. "Outside, trainees," Mendez announced. "Triple time. March!" John and the others stampeded out of the barracks onto a strip of grass. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the edge of the sky was indigo. The grass was wet with dew. There were dozens of rows of barracks, but no one else was up and outside. A pair of jets roared overhead and arced up into the sky. Far away, John heard a metallic crackle. Chief Petty Officer Mendez barked, "You will make 5 equal-length rows, 15 trainees in each." He waited a few seconds as they milled about. "Straighten those rows. You know how to count to 15, trainee. Take 3 steps back." John stepped into the second row. As he breathed the cold air, he began to wake up. He started to remember. They had taken him in the middle of the night. They injected him with something, and he slept for a long time. Then the woman who had given him the coin told him he couldn't go back, that he wouldn't see his mother or father. "Jumping jacks!" Mendez shouted. "Count off to 100. Ready, go!" The officer started the exercise, and John followed his lead. Okay, well, the good thing is that Patches isn't hating this voice so far, so that's a good start. The officer started the exercise, and John followed his lead. One boy refused for a split second. An instructor was on him instantly. The baton whipped into the boy's stomach. The kid doubled over. "Get with the program, Boot," the trainer snarled. The boy uncurled and started jumping. That reminds me, I gotta do my jumping jacks too. It's my quickest, simplest, least amount of effort and least amount of room required for my cardio, so that I can secure my gamer girl abs and try to get rid of the gamer girl yummy snacks and candy belly. It's not my fault though. The Takis are too yummy. If they didn't want me to have a gamer girl tummy, they wouldn't make the Takis so yummy. Let's see, where did we leave off? The boy uncurled and started jumping. John had never done so many jumping jacks in his life. His arms and stomach and legs burned. Sweat trickled down his back. Fuck, stop describing it. You're making me want to work out. What the heck? Oh my god. 98, 99, 100. Mendez paused. He drew in a deep breath. Sit-ups! He dropped onto the grass. Count off to 100. No slacking. John threw himself on the ground. The first crewman who quits, Mendez said, gets to run around the compound twice, and then comes back here and does 200 sit-ups. Ready? Count off. 1, 2, 3. Deep squats followed, then knee bends. John threw up, but that didn't buy him any respite. A trainer descended on him after a few seconds. John rolled back over and continued. Leg lifts! Mendez continued like he was a machine, as if they were all machines. John couldn't go on, but he knew he'd get the baton again if he stopped. He tried. He had to move. His legs trembled and only sluggishly responded. Rest! Mendez finally called. Trainers, get the water. The trainers wheeled out carts laden with water bottles. John grabbed one and gulped down the liquid. It was warm and slightly salty. He didn't care. It was the best water he'd ever had. I think that's also always one of the best parts of working out, when you finally have some water. It's literally the best water you've ever had. Especially if it's pretty cold. That's always the super cool part. Pretty cool, huh? John grabbed one and gulped down the liquid. It was warm and slightly salty. He didn't care. It was the best water he'd ever had. He flopped on his back in the grass and panted. The sun was up now. It was warm. He rolled to his knees and let the sweat drip off him like a heavy rain. He slowly got up and glanced at the other children. They crouched on the ground, holding their sides, and no one talked. Their clothes were soaked through with perspiration. John didn't recognize anyone from his school here. So he was alone with strangers. He wondered where his mother was, and what a good start, trainees, Mendez told them. Now we run. On your feet. The trainers brandished their batons and herded the trainees along. They jogged down a gravel path through the compound, past more cinder block barracks. The run seemed to go on forever. They ran alongside a river, over a bridge, then by the edge of a runway where jets took off straight into the air. Once past the runway, Mendez led them on a zigzagging path of stone. John wanted to think about what had happened, how he got here, and what was going to happen next. But he couldn't think straight. All he could feel was the blood pounding through him, the ache in his muscles, and hunger. They ran into a courtyard of smooth flagstones. A pole in the center flew the colors of the UNSC, a blue field with stars, and earth in the center. At the far end of the yard was a building with a scalloped dome and white columns and dozens of white steps leading to the entrance. The words Naval Officers Academy were chiseled into the arch over the entrance. A woman stood at the top step and beckoned to them. She wore a white sheet wrapped around her body. She looked old to John, yet young at the same time. Then he saw the motes of light orbiting her. Then he saw the motes of light orbiting her head and knew she was an AI. He had seen them on vids. Vids? Is he watching YouTube videos? What the heck? He had seen them on vids. She wasn't solid, but she was still real. A silk smooth voice is what I have to do here now. Excellent work, Chief Petty Officer Mendez, she said in a resonant, silk smooth voice. She turned to the children. Welcome. My name is Deja, and I will be your teacher. Please, come in. Class is about to start. John groaned out loud. Several of the others grumbled, too. She turned and started to walk inside. Of course, she said. If you prefer to skip your lessons, you may continue the morning calisthenics. John double-timed it up the steps. Uh-oh, she got him. She did the old switcheroo. This is one of the many necessary skills in having the what should we call it? The feminine art of persuasion. The feminine motherly art of persuasion. See, look, this is what we should be doing in schools today. We should be having extreme workouts, and then we will encourage children to pick either between more extreme workouts and jogging sessions and other excruciatingly painful exercises versus sitting in class and paying attention to the lesson. Why can't we do this? This seems pretty cool to me. Okay, so John double-timed it up the steps. Oh my god, I need some water. It was cool inside. A tray with crackers and a carton of milk had been laid out for each of them. John nibbled on the dry, stale food, then gulped down his milk. He's got to get his strong Spartan bones that can endure the weight and the pressure of his armor. That's why they're giving them milk. What if it's the AI's milk? Whoa. She's a Greek goddess AI milk who has bare feet. Maybe that's another reason why he decided to go inside, because he saw her bare feet. Let's see. Milk. John nibbled on the dry, stale food, then gulped down his milk. John was so tired, he wanted to lay his head down on the desk and take a nap, until Deja started to tell them about a battle and how 300 soldiers fought against thousands of Persian infantry. A holographic countryside appeared in the classroom. The children walked around the miniature mountains and hills and let the edge of the illusionary. Okay, I had to make sure if it was illusionary or illusory, but it is illusionary. The children walked around the miniature mountains and hills and let the edge of the illusionary sea lap at their boots. Toy-sized soldiers marched toward what Deja was explaining. Toward what Deja explained was Thermopylae. Thermopylae. I don't know why I always, my instinct is to say Thermopylae for some reason. Toy-sized soldiers marched toward what Deja explained was Thermopylae, a narrow strip of land between steep mountains and the sea. Thousands of soldiers marched toward the 300 who guarded the pass. The soldiers fought. Spears and shields splintered. What the heck? He stole that from fucking Theoden. Shield shall be shaken, spear shall be splintered. A sword day, a red day. I gotta save that for when I read Lord of the Rings. The soldiers fought. Spears and shields splintered, swords flashed and spilt blood. John couldn't take his eyes off the spectacle. That's also me when I was watching the History Channel. He's like me, for real, for real. Deja explained. Deja explained that the 300 were Spartans and they were the best soldiers who had ever lived. They had been trained to fight since they were children. No one could beat them. John watched, fascinated, as the holographic Spartans slaughtered the Persian spearmen. He had eaten his crackers, but he was still hungry. So he took the girls next to him when she wasn't looking and munched them down as the battle raged on. His stomach still growled and grumbled. He's fucking me. He's me, for real, for real. No matter how recently I ate, after a little while I'm also still hungry and my tummy is always growling and roaring like a monster. It's always like roar, roar. That's the sound that my tummy makes. And see, that's what I gotta do. I gotta do my jumping jacks and my exercises, because otherwise I have to satisfy the tummy's urge, and then that's how I get the gamer girl tummy. He took the girls next to him when she wasn't looking and munched them down, munched them down as the battle raged on. His stomach still growled and grumbled. When was lunch? Or was it dinner time already? The Persians broke and ran, and the Spartans stood victorious on the field. The children cheered. They wanted to see it again. That's all for today, Deja said. We'll continue tomorrow, and I'll show you some wolves. Now it's time for you to go to the playground. Playground? John said. That was perfect. He could finally just sit on a swing, relax, and think for a moment. It's already been an hour? What the heck, I gotta borrow it again? Let me just make sure I actually have the book. What I could also do is I could load the next couple of pages, and then I think that will stay in the cache for a little while. I'm trying to load too many pages. Okay, well, let's see if that works. Go back to the playground. Here we go. The playground part. Okay. Playground, John said. That was perfect. He could finally just sit on a swing, relax, and think for a moment. He ran out of the room, as did the other trainees. Chief Petty Officer Mendez and the trainers waited for them outside the classroom. Time for the playground, Mendez said, and waved the children closer. It's a short run. Fall in. The short run turned into 2 miles, and the playground was like nothing John had ever seen. It was a forest of 20-meter-tall wooden poles, rope cargo nets, and bridges stretched between the poles. Gotta zoom in for this one. What the heck? The words are too tiny. They're teeny weeny. Rope cargo nets and bridges stretched between the poles. They swayed, crossed, and crisscrossed one another, a maze suspended in the air. There were slides There were slide poles and knotted climbing ropes. There were swings and suspended platforms. There were ropes looped through pulleys and tied to baskets that looked sturdy enough to hoist a person. "Trainees," Mendez said, "form 3 lines." The instructors moved in and the instructors moved in to herd them, but John and the others made 3 rows without comment or fuss. What the heck? They want to be Spartans now. Well, see, look. Why can't we do this with public education? Why can't we just have this? Look at how cool and organized and ready to take on any action they are. These students aren't afraid of anything. John and the others made 3 rows without comment or fuss. "The first person in every row will be team number 1," Mendez said. "The second person in each row will be team number 2, and so on. If you do not understand this, speak up now." No one spoke. John looked to his right. A boy with sandy hair. Sandy hair? Does he also have sandy cheeks? A boy with sandy hair, green eyes, and darkly tanned skin gave him a weary smile. Stenciled on his sweat top was Samuel 034. In the row beyond Samuel was a girl. She was taller than John and skinny, with a long mane of hair dyed blue. She's an SJW! Oh no! She's poisonous and toxic. Or maybe she's kind of cool, like another woman who has blue hair. We'll see. We will see. In the row beyond Samuel was a girl. She was taller than John and skinny, with a long mane of hair dyed blue. Kelly 087. She didn't look too happy to see him. "Today's game," Mendez explained, "is called Ring the Bell." He pointed to the tallest pole on the playground. That actually kind of hurts my voice when I do that voice. I'll have to rethink the Mendez voice. He pointed to the tallest pole on the playground. It stood an additional 10 meters above the others and had a steel slide pole next to it. Hung at the very top of that pole was a brass bell. "There are many ways to get to the bell," he told them. "I leave it up to each team to find their own way." When every member... No, it's still him talking. I leave it up to each team to find their own way. When every member of your team has rung the bell, you are to get groundside, double time, and run back here across the finish line. Mendez took his baton and scratched a straight line in the sand. John raised his hand. Mendez glared at him for a moment with those black, unblinking eyes. "A question, trainee?" "What do we win?" Mendez cocked one eyebrow. "Cocked, huh?" Mendez cocked one eyebrow and appraised John. "You win dinner, number 117. Tonight, dinner is roasted turkey, gravy and mashed potatoes, corn on the cob, brownies, and ice cream." A murmur of approval swept through the children. "But," Mendez added, for there to be winners, there must be a loser. The last team to finish goes without food." The children fell silent, and then looked at each other warily. "Make ready," Mendez said. "I'm Sam," the boy whispered. The boy whispered to John and the girl on their team. She said, "I'm Kelly." John looked at them and said nothing. Whoa, just like the video games, he says nothing. John looked at them and said nothing. The girl would slow him down. Too bad. He was hungry, and he wasn't about to let them make him lose. That's pretty funny because I know I know at least one thing about Kelly. That's pretty funny. John looked at them and said nothing. The girl would slow him down. Too bad. He was hungry, and he wasn't about to let them make him lose. Go! Mendez shouted. John ran through the pack of children and scrambled up a cargo net onto a platform. He raced across the bridge, jumped onto the next platform, just in time. The bridge flipped and sent 5 others onto the water below. He paused at the rope tied to the large basket. It ran up through a pulley, then back down. He didn't think he was strong enough to pull himself up in it. Instead, he tackled a knotted climbing rope and scrunched his body up. The rope swung mildly around the center pole. John looked down and almost lost his grip. It looked twice as far down as it had looked from the ground. He saw all the others, some climbing, others floundering in the water, getting up and starting over. No one was as close to the bell as he was. He swallowed his fear and kept climbing up. He thought of the ice cream and chocolate brownies and how he was going to win. John got to the top, grabbed the bell, and rang it 3 times. Then he clasped the steel pole and slid all the way down to the ground. He then clasped the steel pole and slipped all the way to the ground, falling into a pile of cushions. He got up and ran, smiling all the way to the chief petty officer. John crossed the finish line and gave a victory cry. "I was first," he said, panting. Mendez nodded and made a check on his clipboard. John watched as the others made it up, rang the bell, then raced across the finish line. Kelly and Sam had trouble. They got stuck in a line to get to the bell as everyone bunched up at the end. Is this the story of John Graham 117? It might be. We'll have to see. So far we only know that this character's name is John, and for some reason they call him number 117. So we'll have to see if his last name is Graham. Also, oh hey at the cat watches, when did you get in here? The finish line. Okay. Kelly and Sam had trouble. They got stuck in a line to get to the bell as everyone bunched up at the end. They finally rang the bell, slid down together, but they crossed the finish line last. They glared at John. He shrugged. "Good work, trainees," Mendez said, and he beamed at them all. "Let's get back to the barracks and chow down." The children, covered in mud and leaning on each other. Wait. Uh-oh, I think I found a typo, unless I read it wrong. The children covered in mud and leaning on each another. I don't think that's I don't think that's proper syntax. Leaning on each another. Clearly he must mean leaning on each other, no? Let's go look it up. Leaning on each another. Leaning on each another. Yep, I'm pretty sure I found a typo. That's no good. The true John Graham origin story. I don't know. This John over here, so far, he hasn't cried and he's very stoic, whereas the John Graham that we know, he has a sad John like this, and he doesn't seem like the same character. So if this is the same John, then clearly something must have changed. either after all of his training here to become a Spartan, he gets depressed or something, and then he becomes a sad John, or this is just a different John altogether. One of those two. Each another can work, but it's an fuck. What's that? It's a emote. It's a weird sentence. It should be each other. What the heck is that emote? I can't see what the text is for it. Wait a second. Where's my 7TV emotes on Twitch? Is it worked? What the heck? Fun fact, the Halo books had many typos. Well, yeah, he's a gamer. He has to type quickly to get out his gamer rage at the other. Fuck, dude. Now I gotta go pee. Unlucky. I think so far I have only ran into this typo. And also this one is page 44. This one is the definitive edition, so I would imagine that they would have fixed some of the typos, but I guess clearly they have not fixed all of the typos. Swallowed his fear, huh? Yeah, that's oh, he not only swallowed his fear, but also this guy, Chief Petty Officer Mendez, here we go, right here at the bottom of the page. Mendez cocked one eyebrow and appraised John. So this guy's he's kind of a cocker if you think about it. But yeah, I gotta go pee. Give me a second. I'll be right back. You're saying that the Halo books are basically fan fiction that came out early enough? I mean, Bungie worked with the writers to, at least for Fall of Reach, I'm pretty sure that they gave Eric Nyland, the author, enough reference material to go off in order to give a sort of precursor for Combat Evolved. Last time I read this thingy at the beginning where they describe that process, and so you can go to the previous stream and check that out if you wanted to. But I wouldn't really call them fanfiction. I'd just call them lore and canon, and I wouldn't really call them fanfiction. Also, I found a part of the book that both of you guys might like. It's kind of pretty cool. It's here we go. This part here. So Dr. Halsey is talking with an AI, and it says here, her name is Deja. Deja's hologram flicked on next to Dr. Halsey. The AI had been specifically created for Dr. Halsey's Spartan project, and here's the best part. She took the appearance of a Greek goddess, barefoot, wrapped in a toga, motes of light dancing around about her luminous white hair. And so I think it's kind of pretty cool that the first key detail that he decided to focus on was the fact that she has bare feet, that she's barefoot. And that's also kind of cool because lore-wise, it also makes sense why Cortana is also barefoot. And so I don't know about you guys, but I think that's pretty cool piece of world building. It's pretty important if you ask me. The boot camp section is my favorite part of this book because when I read it as a teen, I imagined John as a regular kid wearing a small Master Chief helmet. What the heck? You mean kind of like the thumbnail of the live stream? He just has a Master Chief helmet while he's doing all his other stuff, playing with the little warthog. That'd be pretty cool. I wish I could do that. Play with the warthog with a girlfriend who's dressed up as Cortana. That'd be pretty cool. And yeah, the first time I read this was also as a teenager. I think it was my first year of high school when I read it. And I liked it then, and I still like it now. And so I am reading it. I am once again... what did Bernie Sanders say? He said, I'm once again asking for your financial support. I am once again reading Halo, The Fall of Reach. Because it's fun. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and... Oh wait, let me go look up real quick before I continue. See if I can find any fan art of this AI called Deja from Halo. Because I think she would be a pretty cool character. A Greek goddess with bare feet. Let's see, Dr. Halsey. What if I do Catherine Halsey, right? Catherine _ Halsey. I don't see no Halsey. Dr. _ Halsey. Fuck. Well, okay, I'll look for it next time then. On my free time, I will try to see if I can find any any fan art of this AI who is a Greek goddess with bare feet. If any fan art or animations of her do not exist, then I'll have to be the one to champion her artwork. Fuck. Okay, we left off. We left up here where Kelly and Sam are angry at John, at sad John Graham. Okay. Kelly and Sam had trouble. They got stuck in a line to get to the bell as everyone bunched up at the end. They finally rang the bell, slid down together, but they crossed the finish line last. They glared at John. He shrugged. Good work, trainees, Mendez said, and he beamed at them all. Let's get back to the barracks and chow down. The children, covered in mud and leaning on each another, cheered. All except Team 3, Mendez said, and looked at Sam, Kelly, and then John. But I won, John protested. I was first. Yes, you were first, Mendez explained, but your team came in last. He then addressed all the children. Remember this, you don't win unless your team wins. One person winning at the expense of the group means that you lose. John ran into a stupor all the way back to the barracks. It wasn't fair. He had won. How can you win and still lose? He watched as the others stuffed themselves with turkey, white meat dripping with gravy. They spooned down mountains of vanilla ice cream and left the mess hall with chocolate encrusting the corners of their mouths. John got a liter of water. He drank it, but it didn't have any taste. It did nothing to fill his hunger. He wanted to cry, but he was too tired. He collapsed in his bunk, thinking of ways to get even with Sam and Kelly for messing him up. But he couldn't think. Every muscle and bone ached. John fell asleep as soon as his head hit the flat pillow. The next day was the same. Calisthenics and running all morning, then class until the afternoon. Today, Deja taught them about wolves. The classroom became a holographic meadow, and the children watched 7 wolves hunt a moose. The pack worked together, striking wherever the giant beast wasn't The pack worked together, striking wherever the giant beast wasn't facing. It was fascinating and horrifying to watch the wolves track down and then devour an animal many times their size. John avoided Sam and Kelly in the classroom. He stole a few extra crackers when no one was looking, but they didn't dull his hunger. After class, they ran back to the playground. Today, it was different. There were fewer bridges and more complicated rope and pulley systems. The pole with the bell was now 20 meters taller than any of the others. White meat dripping with gravy, huh? He definitely has quite quite illustrative language sometimes, and I don't know. Maybe this is where you got your ideas to make a couple of pretty cool animations of Halo characters with where there is white meat dripping with gravy. That's pretty cool, huh? If you think about it. What's the supportive smile? This one, yeah. Supportive smile. I think I have a new thingy, a new widget that lets me do the emote wall, because for right now I can only do it on Twitch. I think if I do Twitch supportive smile. Yeah, so what the heck? He's just standing up there in the top right. What the heck? He's up here. That's not what I was. Supportive smile. Do it again. Put him somewhere else. Okay, there we go. That's what I want. I want him to like bounce around. Boom. He's bouncing. I think I have a new widget that will allow YouTube emotes to do that too. So I'll work on that for next time, because those are pretty funny. It was fascinating and horrifying to watch the wolves track down and then devour an animal many times their size. John avoided Sam and Kelly in the classroom. He stole a few extra crackers when no one was looking, but that didn't dull his hunger. After class, they ran back to the playground. Today, it was different. There were fewer bridges and more complicated rope and pulley systems. The pole with the bell was now 20 meters taller than any of the others. Same teams as yesterday, Mendez announced. Sam and Kelly walked up to John. Sam shoved him. John's temper flared. He wanted to hit Sam in the face, but he was too tired. He'd need all his strength to get to the bell. You better help us, Sam hissed, or I'll push you off one of those platforms. and I'll jump on top of you. Oh my, what the heck? Hold on, Kelly. You're still a fucking kid. You're still a fucking minor. You can't say that yet. What the heck? And I'll jump on top of you, Kelly added. Okay, John whispered. Just try not to slow me down. John examined the course. It was like doing a maze on paper. Only this one. I thought I was gonna mention a specific part. Only this one part was a little weird. But no. That's not how that's supposed to be read. John examined the course. It was like doing a maze on paper. Only this one twisted and turned into and out of the page. Many bridges and rope ladders led to dead ends. He squinted, then found one possible route. Is it route or route? We say en route, but I've always pronounced it as route, especially because I always played Pokemon, and so I always called them route. Route 69. He squinted, then found one possible route. He nudged Sam and Kelly, then pointed. Look, he said, that basket and rope on the far side. It goes straight to the top. It's a long pull, though. He flexed his biceps, uncertain if he could make it in his weakened state. Oh, that's me. That's why sometimes it's kind of hard to do my bicep curls, because I am currently in my weakened state. I could do 1,000 pounds, but not right now. I'm in my weakened state, so I can only do 50 pounds. He flexed his biceps, uncertain if he could make it in his weakened state. We can do it, Sam said. John glanced at the other teams. They were searching the course as well. We'll have to. I gotta figure out the voices for John, Sam, and Kelly, and see if I can build up something that seems natural. Maybe for Sam, I'll make him sound a bit like Samwise Gamgee. Mr. Frodo. And then for Kelly, what could we do for Kelly? Maybe I'll try to see if I can imitate Kat's voice from Halo Reach, but I don't think I can imitate her voice very well. But I'll play around with it and see. I'll play around with my throat and see if I can do it. We can do it, Sam said. John glanced at the other teams. They were searching the course as well. We'll have to make a quick run for it, he said. Make sure no one else gets there first. I'm fast, Kelly said. Real fast. Trainees, get ready, Mendez shouted. Okay, John said. You sprint ahead and hold it for us. Go! Kelly shot forward. John had never seen anyone move like her. She ran like the wolves he had seen today. Her feet, Her feet seemed barely to touch the ground. Feet? Barely? Bare feet? What the heck? It's a coincidence. She ran like the wolves he had seen today. Her feet seemed barely to touch the ground. She got to the basket. John and Sam were only halfway there. One boy beat them to the basket. Get out, he ordered Kelly. I'm going up. Sam and John ran up and pushed him back. Wait your turn, Sam said. John and Sam joined Kelly in the basket. Together they pulled on the rope and raised themselves up. There was a lot of rope. For every 3 meters they pulled, they only rose 1 meter. A breeze made the basket sway and bounce into the pole. Faster, John urged. They pulled as one person, 6 hands working in unison, and accelerated into the sky. They didn't get there first. They were third. Each of them got to ring the bell, though. Kelly, Sam, and John. They slid down the pole. Kelly and Sam waited for John to land, and then together ran across the finish line. Chief Petty Officer Mendez watched them. Watch it. Fucking watch it. Chief Petty Officer Mendez watched them. He didn't say anything, but John thought he saw a smile flicker across his face. Sam clapped John and Kelly on their backs. "That was good work," Sam said. He looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, "We can be friends. I mean, if you want. It'd be no big deal." Kelly shrugged and replied, "Sure." "Okay," John said. "Friends." And that is the end of chapter 4. I need to figure out a different voice for Mendez because it's actually hurting when I do that. I guess I did also make him sound a bit similar to Captain Keys. And maybe I'll just have all of the military guys have the Captain Keys voice. That'd be pretty cool. Phew. I'm running out of water, but I also think my bladder is kind of a little bit sort of maybe at capacity because I already had to go pee once. I'm gonna have to go do it again fairly soon, I think, if I continue drinking water at this rate. Okay. Chapter 5. 0630 hours. July 12th, 2519. Military calendar. Epsilon Eridani System. Reach Military Wilderness Training Preserve. Planet Reach. Stare bear. Stare bear. Stare. Wait, is that not it? I thought for sure that was the stare bear emote. It should that. Oh wait, is it lowercase? Maybe that's why stare bear. That's why it's lowercase. Stare bear. John held on tight. John held on tight as the dropship accelerated up and over a jagged, snow-capped mountain range. The sun peeked over the horizon and washed the white snow with pinks and oranges. The other members of his unit pressed their faces to the windows and watched. They're stare-bearing. Sam sat next to him and looked outside. Nice place for a snowball fight. You'll lose, Kelly said. She leaned over John's shoulder to get a better view. She leaned over John's shoulder to get a better look at the terrain. I'm a dead aim with snowballs. She scratched the stubble of her shorn hair. John held on tight, huh? Yes. Fem Chad, yes. Also, it's John with an H. John, not John without the H. It's a different kind of John, not your Job Graham. Let's see. She scratched the stubble of her shorn hair. Dad is right, John muttered, especially when you load them with rocks. CPO Mendez stepped from the cockpit into the passenger compartment. The trainees stood and snapped to attention. At ease, and sit down. The silver at his temple. Okay. The silver at Mendez's temples had grown to a band across the side of his closely shaved hair. But if anything, he had gotten stronger and tougher since John had first laid eyes on him 2 years ago. Today's mission will be simple for a change. Mendez's voice easily penetrated the roar of the dropship's engines. He handed a stack of papers to Kelly. Pass these out, recruit. Sir! She saluted smartly and handed one paper to each of the 75 children in the squad. These are portions of map of the local region. You will be set down by yourselves. You will then navigate to a marked extraction point and we will pick you up there. John turned his map over. It was just one part of a much larger map. No drop or extraction point marked. How was he supposed to navigate without a reference point? But he knew this was part of the mission, to answer that question on his own. One more thing, Mendez said. The last trainee to make it to the extraction point will be left behind. He glanced out a window. And it's a very long walk back. John didn't like it. He wasn't going to lose, but he didn't want anyone else to lose either. The thought of Kelly or Sam or any of the others marching all the way back made him uneasy. If they could make it all the way back alone over those mountains. First drop in 3 minutes, Mendez barked. Trainee 117, you're up first. Sir. Yes, sir, John replied. He glanced out the window and scanned the terrain. There was a ring of jagged mountains, a valley thick with cedars, and a ribbon of silver, a river that fed into a lake. John nudged Sam, pointed to the river, then jerked his thumb toward the lake. Sam nodded, then pulled Kelly aside and pointed out the window. Kelly and Sam moved quickly down the line of seated trainees. The ship decelerated. John felt his stomach rise as they dropped toward the ground. Trainee 117, front and center. Mendez stepped to the rear of the compartment as the ship's tail split and a ramp expanded. Not expanded, extended. Mendez stepped to the rear of the compartment as the ship's tail split and a ramp extended. Cold air blasted into the ship. He patted John on the shoulder. Watch out for wolves in the forest, 117. Yes, sir. John looked over his shoulder at the others. His teammates gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Good. Everyone got his message. He ran down the ramp and into the forest. The dropship's engines roared to life, and it rose high into the cloudless sky. He zipped up his jacket. He wore only fatigues, boots, and a heavy parka. Not exactly the gear he'd pack for a prolonged stay in the wilderness. John started toward one particularly sharp peak he had spotted from the air. The river lay in that direction. He'd follow it downstream and meet the others at the lake. He marched through the woods until he heard the gurgling of a stream. Gurgling, huh? What if it's not so much a gurgle as it is like a like that? Maybe somebody's choking out there and they need his support. They need the what's that material called? Where they have it was in the which movie was it? Forward Unto Dawn. He has that gel thingy. Maybe somebody's bleeding out at the throat and he needs to fill their throat with the white medical stuff. Maybe he got to do that. We'll see. Or maybe it's a wolf's. Go away. Go away, stupid ad. I think the more that I read, the more water I'm gonna need, and the more I'm gonna have to go empty my bladder. But it is what it is. he heard the gurgling of the water. Here we go. He marched toward the woods until he heard the gurgling of a stream. Hey, a stream like I'm doing. Whoa! He got close enough to see the direction of the flow, then headed back into the forest. Mendez's exercises often had a twist to them. Stun mines on the obstacle courses, snipers with paint palette guns during parade drills. And with the chief up that dropship, John wasn't about to reveal his position unless he had a good reason. He passed a blueberry bush and took the time to strip it before he moved on. This was the first time in months he had been alone and could just think. He popped a handful of berries into his mouth and chewed. He thought about the place that had been his home, his parents, but more and more that seemed like a dream. John knew it wasn't, and that he had once had a different life, but this was the life he wanted. He was a soldier. He had an important job to train for. Mendez said they were the Navy's best and brightest, that they were the only hope for peace. He liked that. Before, he had never knew what he would be when he grew up. Okay. Sometimes it's just one of those thingies that you gotta read up ahead first. Typically, I read ahead with my eyes while I'm still reading slower. The parts are earlier. But in this case, I was reading a bit too fast. I gotta read a little slower. What's up, Patches? What happened? What, you wanna hear me reading Halo to you? Okay, let me just put the keyboard away so you don't press any buttons. And mute me again like last time when I was reading an article. Unfortunately, I do not have the camera connected, so I can't show you the kitty, but she's here on the desk. But this is the life he wanted. He was a soldier. He had an important job to train for. Mendez said they were the Navy's best and brightest, that they were the only hope for peace. He liked that. Before, he never knew what he would want to be when he grew up. He never really thought about anything other than playing vids and other than watching vids. Oh my god. He never really thought about anything other than watching vids and playing. Nothing had been a challenge. Now, every day was a challenge and a new adventure. John knew more things, thanks to Deja, than he ever thought he could have learned at his old school. Algebra and trigonometry, the history of 100 battles and kings. He could string... What the heck? I'm using the mouse. You can't play with the mouse. It's a computer mouse, not a real mouse. You silly. He could string a tripline, fire a rifle. What? Stop! Okay, look, if you're gonna be scratching me, you can't be up here. What? She's zooming in. Hey, what the heck? Chill, buddy. Ow! What the heck? She's scratching me and biting me, and she's pressing the zoom in button. Oh my... Dude, chill. Ah, fuck! Patches, chill. This would be the perfect situation to have the camera, but I just don't have it connected. Unlucky. Get back on that bed, you silly. Get over there. Get over there. She's just over here scratching my hand. Okay, where the heck did we leave off? Yeah, she's a feisty kitty. Okay. John knew more things thanks to Java. To Java? John knew more. I was thinking of the J from John, and I put at the beginning of Deja, and I swapped Deja to. Oh my god! This is what happens when I get distracted by the kitty. John knew more things, thanks to Deja, than he ever thought he could have learned at his old school. Algebra and trigonometry, the history of 100 battles and kings. He could string a tripline, fire a rifle, and treat a chest wound. Mendez had shown him how to be strong, not only with his body, but strong with his head too. He had a family here, Kelly, Sam, and all the others in his squad. The thought of his squad mates brought him back to Mendez's mission. One of them was going to be left behind. There had to be a way to get them all home. John decided he wasn't going to leave if he couldn't figure it out. He arrived at the edge of the lake, stood, and listened. John heard an owl hooting in the distance. Yahoo! He marched toward the sound. Hey, owl, he said when he was close. Hoo-hoo, 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 yahoo! Sam stepped out from behind the tree and grinned. That's Chief Owl to you, trainee. They walked around the circumference of the lake, gathering the rest of the children in the squad. John counted them to make sure. 74. Let's get the map pieces together, Kelly suggested. Good idea, John said. Sam, take 3 and scout the area. I don't want any of Chief's surprises sneaking up on us. Right. Sam picked... how the heck is this supposed to be pronounced? Fahad? Sam picked Fahad, James, and Linda, and then the 4 of them took off into the brush. Kelly collected the map pieces and settled in the shade of an ancient cedar tree. Some of these don't belong, and some are copies, she said, and she laid them out. Yes, here's an edge. Got it. This is the lake, the river, and here, she pointed to a distant patch of green. That's got to be the extraction point. She shook her head and frowned. If the legend on this map is right, it's a full day's hike, though. We better get started. John whistled, and a moment later, Sam and his scouts returned. It's kind of like, but not exactly, when I'm doing my puzzle pieces thingies with the people on Discord, and we start with the edges. I don't know who I heard it from, but somebody said it somewhere, and the guy said, my mom always told me to start with the edges of the pieces of the puzzle. And every time I hear that, my question is, you had to be told to start with the edges of the puzzle? You couldn't figure that out yourself? And that's... I don't know. I don't know. American public education is not... It's not sending their best. Edging, huh? Yes, all the edgings. John whistled, and a moment later, Sam and his scouts returned. Let's move out, John said. No one argued. They fell into line behind Kelly. Behind Kelly, huh? Behind Kelly as she navigated. Sam blazed the trail ahead. He had the best eyes and ears. Several times he stopped and signaled everyone to freeze or hide, but it turned out to be just a rabbit or a bird. After several miles of marching, Sam dropped back. He whispered to John, "This is too easy. It's not like any of the Chief's normal field exercises." John nodded. "I've been thinking that too. Just keep your eyes and ears sharp." They stopped at noon to stretch and eat berries they had gathered along the trail. Fahad spoke up. "I want to know one thing," he said. He paused to wipe the sweat off his dark skin. "We're going to get to the extraction point at the same time. So, who's getting left behind? Should we decide now? No, no, he didn't ask. We should decide now, he says. He declares, he states. It's not a question. So who's getting left behind? We should decide now. Draw straws, someone suggested. No, John said, and stood. No one's being left behind. We're going to figure a way to get all of us out. How? Kelly asked, scratching her head. Mendez said, I know what he said, but there's got to be a way. I just haven't thought of one yet. Even if it has to be me that stays behind, I'll make sure everyone gets back to the base. John started marching again. Come on, we're wasting time. I'm gonna start slowly implementing my chief voice. Sir, finishing this fight. And we'll see. How old is he supposed to be here? I don't think it mentioned when Dr. Halsey first found. Oh fuck! What page? I didn't check what page that was. Chapter 2. Here's where they're on the planet. I think he's supposed. Oh, here we go. He was a 6-year-old boy, and so then I think he's still 6 years old in chapter 3. And then this is 2 years later, so he's about 9 years old. So he probably doesn't sound like the Master Chief we know and love just yet, since he's only 9 years old. Okay, let's go back to chapter 5. Okay, here we go. We are on page 54, in case I need to be reminded of it again later. Okay, so no one's going to be left behind. We're going to fight. We're going to figure a way to get all of us out. How? Kelly asked, scratching her head. Mendez said, I know what he said, but there's got to be a way. I just haven't thought of one yet. Even if it has to be me that stays behind, I'll make sure everyone gets back to the base. John started marching again. Come on, we're wasting time. The others fell in behind him. The shadows of the trees lengthened and melted together as the sun turned the edge of the sky red. Kelly halted and motioned for everyone else to stop. We're almost there, she whispered. Me and Sam will scout ahead. Me and Sam will scout it out, John said. Everyone, fall out and keep quiet. The rest of the children silently followed his orders. John and Sam crept through the underbrush and then hunkered down at the edge of a meadow. The dropship sat in the center of a grassy field. Her floodlights illuminated everything for 30 meters. 6 men sat on the open launch ramp, smoking cigarettes and passing a canteen between themselves. She motioned to drop back. Do you recognize them? Oops, it said Sam motioned to drop back. Sam motioned to drop back. You recognize them? He whispered. No. You? Sam shook his head. They're not in uniform. They don't look like any soldiers I've ever seen. Maybe they're rebels. Maybe they stole the dropship and killed the chief. No way, John said. Nothing can kill the chief. But one thing's for sure. I don't think we can just walk up there and get a free ride back to the base. Let's go back. They crept back into the woods and then explained the situation to the others. What do you want to do? Kelly asked him. John wondered why she thought he had an answer. He looked around and saw everyone was watching him, waiting for him to speak. He shifted on his feet. He had to say something. Okay, we don't know who those men are or what they'll do when they see us. So we find out. The children nodded, seeming to think this was the right thing to do. Here's how, John told them. First, I'll need a rabbit. He wants a bunny. First, I'll need a rabbit. That's me, Kelly said, because she's the super fast one. That's me, Kelly said and sprang to her feet. I'm the fastest. Good, John said. You go to the edge of the meadow, and then let them see you. I'll go along and hide nearby and watch. In case anything happens to you, I'll report back to the others. She nodded. Then you lure them. Then you lure a few back here, right past this spot. Sam, you'll be out in the open, pretending like you've broken your leg. Gotcha, Sam said. He walked over to Fahad and had him scrape his shin with his boot. Blood welled from the ground. From the ground? Oops, that's not a G. Blood welled from the wound. The rest of you, John said, wait in the woods in a big circle. If they try to do anything but help Sam. John made a fist with his right hand and slammed it into his open palm. Remember the moose and the wolves? They all nodded and grinned. They had seen that lesson many times in Deja's classroom. Get some rocks, John told them. What the heck? Kelly's stripping already? What the heck? Kelly stripped off her parka, stretched her legs and knees. Okay, she said. Let's do this. Well, what's the in Call of Duty 4? What's the name of his group? Captain Price. When he says that they're going dark. Fuck, I don't remember. But that's where he says, "Let's do this," right? Where he says, "Going dark." Kelly stripped off her parka, stretched her legs and knees. Okay, she said, let's do this. Sam lay down, clutching his leg. Oh, it hurts. Help me. Don't overdo it, John said, and kicked some dirt on him, or they'll know it's a setup. John and Kelly then crept toward the meadow and halted a few meters from the edge. He whispered to her, "If you want me to be the rabbit." She slugged him in the shoulder hard. Oh, no, hold on. No, that's not the way it's supposed to be read. She slugged him in the shoulder hard. You think I can't do my part? Well, she's a strong, feminist woman. I take it back, he said, rubbing his shoulder. John took off 10 meters to her flank, took cover, and watched. Kelly emerged at the edge of the meadow, stepping into the illumination from the dropship's floodlights. Hey, she said, and waved her arms over her head. Over here. You got any food? I'm starving. The men slowly stood and pulled out stun batons. There's one, John heard them whisper. I'll get her. The rest of you stay here and wait for the others. The man... Fuck. I had to re-borrow it and it refreshed the page. Where was it? Okay, here we go. There's one, John heard them whisper. I'll get her. The rest of you stay here and wait for the others. The man cautiously approached Kelly, a stun baton held behind his back so she couldn't see it. She stayed put and waited for him to get closer. Hang on a sec, she said. I dropped my jacket back there. I'll be right back. She turned and ran. The man leapt after her. Leaped. I'm actually not sure when you're supposed to use leapt with a T and leaped with an ED. Let's go look it up. Because I think every time I've read it in a book, it is with an ED, leaped. However, in my brain, my instinct is to say leapt with a T. Let's see. It says leapt. Verb past tense. Leapt past participle. Jump or spring away to a great height or with great force. I leaped across the threshold. It looks here like maybe it can be used interchangeably. Jump across or over. Quick summary. Both Leaped and leapt are correct forms of the past tense and past participle of the verb leap. They are both commonly used. Okay, so I guess it is interchangeable. So it ultimately doesn't really matter. Um, if if that information there is to be believed, I guess if you're writing an essay for school and you need to reach a certain character count, just use leaped with ed. You heard it here first. Although speaking of essays, and having to reach a certain page limit or something, I don't think I've ever told anybody my secrets for reaching a set page with less characters than you actually need. Because they typically say for university courses like 1 inch margins, double spaced, and 12 pitch, 12 point font Times New Roman. However, if they do not ask for a digital version, a digital docx, what I used to do is I nudged the margins ever so slightly into the page so that it's like 1.1 or 1.2. And then instead of double spacing, I actually triple spaced it, but I double spaced one of them to 12 to the same 12-point font, and then the triple space one was like a 5-point font. And so it's actually like like 17 and for the actual spacing. And what else did I do? I think for quotations, periods, commas, any punctuation, I also increased that to like 18-point font or something, so that it would ever so slightly increase the width and therefore add another line at some point. And I'd use all these little tiny tricks. I don't think anybody has ever pointed it out to me. Any of the professors or teachers in high school or college. And nobody ever caught on. But obviously, I would never use any of those when I had to submit the docx, the original docx. For when they asked either for only digital or for both digital and a hard copy. I had to make sure that those two were completely the same document. So yeah, there are your school tricks from an English major. Good times. Okay, where were we? Here we go. Hang on a sec, she said. I dropped my jacket back there. I'll be right back. She turned and ran. The man leaped after her, but she had already vanished into the shadows. Stop! This will be too easy. This will be too easy, one of the other men said. Kids won't know what hit 'em, another remarked. Fish in a barrel. John had heard enough. He ran after Kelly, but realized that neither he nor the other man had a chance to catch her. He halted when he got... Chill. I think that little meow made it into the stream. I think it was here where I left off. He ran after Kelly, but realized that neither he nor the other man had a chance to catch her. He halted when he got close to where Sam lay. The man stopped. He looked around, his eyes not quite adjusted to the dark, then spotted Sam on the ground, holding his bloody leg. Please, help me, Sam whimpered. It's broken. I got your broken leg right here, kid. The man raised his baton. John picked up a rock. He threw it, but missed. Wait, that's what the big feets do. They throw rocks. Maybe Master Chief was a Bigfoot all along. John picked up a rock. He threw it, but it missed. He threw it, but missed. The man spun around. Who's there? Sam rolled to his feet and darted away. There was a rustling in the forest. Then a hail of stones whistled through the trees, pelting the man. Kelly appeared and sidearmed the rock as hard as she could and hit the man dead center in the forehead. He toppled and slammed into the ground. The other children moved in. "What do we do with him?" Sam asked. "It's just an exercise, right?" Fahad said. "He has to be with Mendez." John rolled the man over. A trickle of blood snaked from his head into his eye socket. "You heard him," John whispered. "You saw what he was going to do to Sam. Mendez or our trainers would never do that to us. Ever. He's got no uniform, no insignias. He's not one of us." John kicked the man in the face and then the ribs. The man reflexively curled into a ball. "Get his baton." Sam grabbed the weapon. He kicked him too. Now we go back and get the others," John told them. "Kelly, you be the rabbit again. Just get them to the edge of the clearing. Duck out and let us do the rest." She nodded and started back to the meadow. The rest of the squad fanned out, collecting rocks along the way. After a minute, Kelly stepped onto the grassy field and shouted, "That guy fell and hit his head! Over here!" The 5 remaining men stood and ran toward her. When they were close enough, John whistled. He whistled! He's throwing rocks. He's making thumping sounds in the woods as he's walking. Like a big feat. He's whistling. He's making monkey-like sounds. Maybe the Spartan kids are actually the Bigfoots. These are the real Sasquatches that we've been hunting all along. Where was it? John whistled. Here we go. The 5 remaining men stood and ran toward her. When they were close enough, John whistled. The air suddenly swarmed with stones. The men held up their hands to protect themselves. And tried to protect themselves. They dropped and covered their heads. John whistled again, and 75 children charged. 20 different sounds that my mouth has a hard time making. John whistled again, and 75 children charged, screaming toward the bewildered men. The men got up to defend themselves. They looked stunned, like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Sam smashed his baton over a man's head. Fahad was hit squarely in the face by one man's fist, and he fell. The men were overwhelmed by a wave of flesh, beaten to the ground with fists and stones and boots until they no longer moved. John stood over their bleeding bodies. He was mad. They would have hurt him and his squad. He wanted to kick in their skulls. He took a deep breath and then exhaled. He had better things to do and bigger problems to figure out. Anger would have to wait. "Want to call Mendez now?" Sam asked as he pulled Fahad shakily to his feet. Is that actually how that's supposed to be? Let me go look it up. Because I am not convinced. Fahad 084, Lieutenant spoilers, I can't read his rank later on. Hold on, what the heck? It doesn't say here how it's supposed to be pronounced in the Halo Wikipedia. I'll just keep doing it as I've been pronouncing it. And hopefully that's correct. Where were we? Anger would have to wait. What happened? What's up? What? Here, you want to play with the Pikachu? Look, it's the Pikachu. It's the Pikachu. Come on. She wants to jump up on my desk and play. But I'm reading. I'm literally reading you your bedtime story. You're supposed to go be a sleepy kitty right now. It's your bedtime story. Anger would have to wait. Want to call Mendez now? Sam asked as he pulled Fahad shakily to his feet. Not yet, John told him. He marched onto the dropship. No one else was aboard. No one else was on board. John accessed the comm system and opened the mail link. He linked up with Deja. Her face appeared, a scratchy hologram hovering over the terminal. Good evening, Trainee 117, she said. Do you have a homework question? Kind of, he replied. One of CPO Mendez's assignments. Ah. After a moment's pause, she said, Very well. Who is saying this? I'm assuming it's John. It is. I'm on an Albatross dropship. There's no pilot, but I need to get home. Teach me to fly it, please. Deja shook her head. You are not rated to fly that craft, trainee. But I can help. Do you see the winged icon in the corner of your screen? Tap it 3 times. John tapped it, and 100 icons and displays filled the screen. Touch the green arrows at 9 o'clock twice, she told him. He did, and then the words Autopilot activated flashed on screen. I have control now, Deja said. I will get you home. Hang on a second, John said and ran outside. Everyone on board, double time. The children ran onto the ship. Kelly paused and asked, Who's getting left behind? No one, John said. Just get in. He made sure he was the last on the ship, then said, Okay, Deja, get us out of here. The dropship's jets roared to life, and it rose into the sky. John stood at attention in Chief Petty Officer Mendez's office. He had never been in here. No one had. A trickle of sweat dripped down his back. The dark wood paneling and the smell of cigar smoke made him feel claustrophobic. Mendez glowered at John as he read the report on his clipboard. The door opened and Dr. Halsey walked in. Mendez stood, gave her a curt nod, and then sat back in his padded chair. Hello, John, Dr. Halsey said. She sat across from Mendez, crossed her legs, and then adjusted her gray skirt. Dr. Halsey, John replied instantly. He saluted. None of the other grown-ups called him by his first name, ever. He didn't understand why she did. Trainee 117, Mendez snapped. Tell me again why you stole UNSC property, and why you attacked the man I had assigned to guard it. John wanted to explain that he was just doing what had to be done, that he was sorry, that he would do anything to make it up. But John knew the chief hated whiners almost as much as he hated excuses. Sir, John said, the guards were out of uniform. No insignia. They failed to identify themselves, sir. Mendez mused over the report again. So it seems. And the ship? I took my squad home, sir. I was the last on board, so if anyone should have been left, I didn't ask for a passenger list, crewman. His voice softened to a growl, and he turned to Dr. Halsey. What are we going to do with this one? Do? She pushed her glasses higher on her nose and examined John. I think that's obvious, Chief. Make him a squad leader. And that is the end of Chapter 5. I'm not too hungry, but I do need more water. Actually, now that I said that, I am a little bit hungry, so maybe it is time for a break. I've been going for 2.5 hours, or I guess 2 hours, of actually reading. Okay, maybe I'm gonna go take a break. I'm gonna go get a little snack. I'm gonna go play with the kitties a little bit. And we will be back in a couple of minutes to continue with Chapter 6 of Halo, The Fall of Reach. I don't know why it's still so hot. I turned on the AC. I guess I did put it to low, but I'm still kind of hot in my room. Whatever. What's up, Patches? What happened? Let's see if we can give Patches an interview. Okay, Patches. You have been listening to me read Halo the Fall of Reach for about 5 chapters now. What are your thoughts on Halo the Fall of Reach? Wait, you gotta answer here into the mic. Here. What are your thoughts on Halo the Fall of Reach so far? Nothing. Okay, which of the Spartans are your favorite, or which of the trainees are your favorites so far? What the heck? She's laying on the keyboard and she muted me. Ow! Ow! She's scratching me and biting me. Ow! Stop! Oh my goodness. Okay. I gotta go take a break and play with her. Or is she just gonna keep scratching the shit out of my hands? Stop, dude. What the heck? Okay, we're gonna go play in a second. Here. I will be right back. Don't forget, you can support my works at the links. I think this is the appropriate thingy, the appropriate command. And you can, if you're on YouTube, you can look down in the description for other ways to support my streams. And I will be right back. believe that the kitties are properly fed. And after having played with them for a little bit in the living room, I am properly cold. I am properly adjusted to the temperature in here. So I might have to warm up with my long sleeve sweater. Also, I think I am gonna go ahead and swap out from Twitch and head over to Kick. So if you are on Twitch, you can continue watching and listening. Here, this should work. And I'll be there in a second. You can always still subscribe on Twitch if you have a Twitch Prime, or if that is your preferred way. However, the links I have above for support are in preferential order to make sure that you support me as opposed to Jeff Bozo. He's got plenty of money. So yeah, if you want to keep listening, head over there to YouTuber Kick, and I will continue shortly. I may have accidentally activated the small cat because it looks like she is now chasing the big cat. Although hopefully I expended much of her energy so that for the remainder of my reading time, hopefully she is taking a little nap. That would be preferred. Okay. Let's kill this, kill the music, kill the BRB, and the AFK screen, and we will continue. We will pick up on Chapter 6. Okay. Halo, the Fall of Reach, Chapter 6. 11:30. Get the heck out of here. 11:30 hours, March 9th, 2525, military calendar. Epsilon Eridani System, Office of Naval Intelligence Medical Facility, in orbit around Planet Reach. I want that transmission decoded now, Dr. Halsey snapped at Deja. The encryption scheme is extremely complicated, replied Deja with a hint of irritation in her normally glass-smooth voice. I don't even know why they bothered. Who else but Beta 5 Division even has the resources to use this data? Spare me the banter, Deja. I'm not in the mood. Just concentrate on the decryption. Yes, Doctor. Dr. Halsey paced across the antiseptic white tile of the observation room. One side of the room was filled with floor-to-ceiling terminals that monitored the vital signs of the children. Test subjects, she corrected herself. They displayed drug uptake rates and winking green, blue, and red status indicators, EKGs, pulse rates, and 100 other pieces of medical data. The other side of the observation room overlooked dozens of translucent domes, windows into the surgical bays on the level below. Each bay was a sealed environment staffed with the best surgeons and biotechnicians that the Office of Naval Intelligence could drum up. The bays had been scrubbed and irradiated and were in the final preparation stages to receive and hold the special biohazardous materials. Done, Deja announced. The file awaits your inspection, Doctor. Dr. Halsey stopped her pacing and sat. On my glasses, please, Deja. Her glasses scanned retinal and brain patterns, and the security barrier of the file was lifted. Hang on, there's no was there. The glasses scanned retinal and brain patterns, and the security barrier of the file lifted. With a blink of her eyes, she opened the file. It read, United Nations Space Command Priority Transmission 09872H98. Encryption code read. Public key. File. Excised access omega. From, I don't know how to pronounce this name. Isionris? From Admiral Isionris Jerome, Chief Medical Officer, UNSC Research Station Hopeful. To Dr. Catherine Elizabeth Halsey, MD, PhD, Special Civilian Consultant, Civilian Identification Number 10141-026-SRB4695. Subject: Mitigating factors and relative biological risks associated with queried experimental medical procedures. Classification restricted. BGX directive. So many letters and numbers. Start file. Catherine, I am afraid further analysis has yielded no viable alternatives to mitigate the risks in your proposed hypothetical experimentation. I have, however, attached the synopsis of my team's findings as well as all relevant case studies. Perhaps you will find them useful. I hope it is a hypothetical study. The use of bonobos in your proposal is troublesome. These animals are expensive and rare since they are no longer bred in captivity. I would hate to see such valuable specimens wasted in some Section 3 project. Best, YJ. She winced at the veiled rebuke in the Admiral's communique. He had never approved of her decision to work with the Office of Naval Intelligence, and made his disappointment with his star pupil evident every time she visited Hopeful. It was hard enough to justify the morality of the course she was about to embark on. Jerome's disapproval only made her decision more difficult. Dr. Halsey gritted her teeth and returned to the report. Synopsis of chemical/biological risks. Warning: the following procedures are classified Level 3 experimental. Primate test subjects must be cleared through UNSC Quartermaster General Office Code OBF34, following Gamma Code Biohazard Disposal Protocol. 1. Carbide ceramic ossification. Advanced material grafting onto skeletal structures to make bones virtually unbreakable. Recommended coverage not to exceed 3% total bone mass because significant white blood cell necrosis. Specific risks for pre and near post-pubescent adolescents. Skeletal growth spurts may cause irreparable bone pulverization. See attached case studies. 2. muscular enhancement injections. Protein complex is injected intramuscularly to increase tissue density and decrease lactase recovery time. Risk: 5% of test subjects experience a fatal cardiac volume increase. 3. Catalytic thyroid implant. What, you're not happy with how much I played with you and gave you food? And I gave you cuddles? I gotta read. Okay, she went back to the living room. Hopefully she'll go to play with her toys. 3. Catalytic thyroid implant. Platinum pellet containing human growth hormone catalyst is implanted into the thyroid to boost growth of skeletal and muscle tissue. Risk: rare instances of elephantiasis. How's that pronounced? I thought I heard something else a while ago called elephantitis. Elephantiasis is what it looks like. A baby.
Elephantiasis.
Elephantiasis. Elephantiasis. Okay. If you say so. Risk: rare instances of elephantiasis. Suppressed sexual drive. No, he needs that. The suit's gonna jack him off. 4. Occipital capillary reversal. Submergence and boosted blood vessel flow beneath the rods and cones of subject's retina. Produces a marked visual perception increase. Risk: retinal rejection and detachment. Permanent blindness. See attached autopsy reports. 5. Superconducting fibrification. Is it pronounced fibrification? I'm pretty sure it's fibrification. Fibrification. There's no pronunciation for this one. I think we will go with fibrification. I don't see any ways to pronounce it, so we'll do that. 5. Superconducting fibrification of neural dendrites. The last time I heard dendrites, I was learning biology in middle school. Superconducting fibrification of neural dendrites. Alteration of bioelectrical nerve transduction to shielded electronics transduction. 300% increase in subject reflexes. Anecdotal evidence of marked increase in intelligence, memory, and creativity. Risk: significant instances of Parkinson's disease and Fletcher's syndrome. End file. Press enter to open linked communications. Press enter to open linked attachments. Wait a second. Is the text larger? Is the font larger? No, I'm just zoomed in too hard. Dr. Halsey closed the file. She erased all traces of it, sent Deja to track the file pathways all the way back to Hopeful and destroy Admiral Jeromy's notes and files relative to this incident. She removed her glasses and pinched the bridge of her nose. I'm sorry, Deja said. I, too, had hoped there would be some new process to lower the risks. Dr. Halsey sighed. I have doubts, Deja. I thought the reasons so compelling when we first started Project Spartan. Oh my god. I have doubts, Deja. I thought the reasons so compelling when we first started Project Spartan. Now, I just don't know. I have been over the Oni projections of outer colony destabilization 3 times, Doctor. Their conclusion is correct. Massive rebellion within 20 years, unless drastic military action is taken. And you know the drastic military action the brats would like. The Spartans are our only option to avoid overwhelming civilian losses. They will be the perfect pinpoint strike force. They can prevent a civil war. Only if they survive to fulfill the mission, Dr. Halsey countered. We should delay the procedures. More research needs to be done. We could use the time to work on Mjolnir. We need time to... There is another reason to proceed expeditiously, Deja said. Although I am loath to bring this to your attention, I must. If the Office of Naval Intelligence detects a delay in their prize project, you will likely be replaced by someone who harbors fewer doubts. And regrettably, for the children, most likely someone less qualified. I hate this. Dr. Halsey got up and strode to the fire exit. And sometimes, Deja, I hate you too. She left the observation room. Mendez was waiting for her in the hallway. Walk with me, Chief, she said. He followed without a word as they took the stairs to the pre-op wing of the hospital. They entered room 117. John lay in bed, and an IV drip was attached to his arm. His head had been shaved, and incision vectors had been lasered onto his entire body. Despite these indignities, Dr. Halsey marveled at what a spectacular physical specimen he had grown into. Oh my god, she's admiring his body. He's fucking 14 years old! What the heck? She can't do that. That's illegal. We gotta use the red versus blue, the red versus blue meme. Wait, that's illegal. Is it Dr. What's his name? They call him O'Malley because he has the AI, right? But that's not actually his name. Isn't his nurse name his first his first name like Dufresne something? I gotta go look it up now. Red versus RVB Dufresne. They call him Doc. Medical Officer Super Private First Class Frank Dufresne, nicknamed Doc, alias O'Malley. Oh, wait, no, I thought it was here in the wiki, the screenshot where it says, wait, that's illegal. But no, it is just a regular picture of him. Okay. So she is looking at, I assume, his naked body with he has an IV injected into him, and she is marveling at the spectacular physical specimen of John as he is 14 years old. I don't know. She seems pretty unethical to me. Despite these indignities, Dr. Halsey marveled at what a spectacular physical specimen he had grown into. 14 years old, and he had the body of an 18-year... She's meddling in things she ought not to be meddling in. 14 years old, and he had the body of an 18-year-old Olympic athlete, and a mind the equal of any Naval Academy honors graduate. Dr. Halsey forced the best smile she could muster. How are you feeling? I'm fine, ma'am, John replied groggily. The nurse said the sedation would take effect soon. I'm fighting it to see how long I can stay awake. His eyelids fluttered. It's not easy. John spotted Mendez, and he struggled to sit up and salute, but failed. I know this is one of the chief's exercises, but I don't know what the twist is. Can you tell me, Dr. Halsey, just this time, how do I win? Mendez looked away. Dr. Halsey leaned closer to John as his eyes closed and started to breathe deeply. "I'll tell you how to win, John," she whispered. "You have to survive." And that is the end of chapter 6. A super short one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 pages. Chapter 6 is 6 pages. What a coincidence. Chapter 7. Oh, hours. How are you supposed to actually pronounce that? How to pronounce hours. 0, 100 hours. Okay. Chapter 7. 0, 100 hours. March 30th, 2525. Military calendar. UNSC carrier Atlas en route to the Lambda Serpentis system. Fuck, getting kind of cold. I gotta get my hoodie on. I guess actually it makes sense too because it's nighttime now. And the sun has already set. So it's more colder. I might have to go turn off the AC. I think I'll go do that right now real quick. I will be right back. What's up, buddy? What happened? Come, you gotta lay down. You gotta take a little kitty nap. Okay, let's start from the top. Chapter 7. 0, 100 hours. March 30th, 2525. Military calendar. UNSC carrier Atlas en route to the Lambda Serpentis system. And so we commit the bodies of our fallen brothers to space. Mendez solemnly closed his eyes for a moment. The ceremony completed. He pressed a button and the ash canisters moved slowly into the ejection tubes and the void beyond. John stood rigidly at attention. The carrier's missile launch bays, normally cramped, overcrowded, and bustling with activity, were unusually quiet. I gotta reborrow. Give me a second to let the page refresh. The carrier's missile launch bays, normally cramped, overcrowded, and bustling with activity, were unusually quiet. The Atlas's firing deck had been cleared of munitions and crew. Long, unadorned black banners now hung from the bay's overhead gantries. "Honors, 10 hut!" Mendez barked. John and the other surviving Spartans saluted in unison. "Duty," Mendez said. "Honor and self-sacrifice. Death does not diminish these qualities in a soldier. We shall remember." A series of thumps resounded through the Atlas's hull as the canisters were hurled into space. The view screen flickered and displayed a field of stars. The canisters appeared one by one, quickly falling behind the carrier as it continued on its course. John watched, With each of these stainless steel cylinders that drifted by, he felt that he was losing a part of himself. He felt like leaving his people behind. Mendez's face might as well have been chiseled from stone from all the emotion it showed. He finished his protracted salute and then said, "Crewmen, dismissed." Not everything had been lost. John glanced around the launch chamber. Sam, Kelly, and 30 others still stood at attention in their black dress uniforms. They had made it unharmed through the last mission wasn't quite the right word. More or less. There were a dozen others, though, who had lived but were no longer soldiers. It hurt John to look at them. Fahad sat in a wheelchair, shaking uncontrollably. Kirk and Renee were in neutral buoyancy gel tanks, breathing through respirators. Their bones had been so twisted they no longer looked human. There were others, still alive, but with injuries so critical they could not be moved. Orderlies pushed Fahad and the other injured toward the elevator. John strode toward them and stopped, blocking their path. "Stand fast, crewmen," he demanded. "Where are you taking my men?" The orderly halted and his eyes widened. He swallowed and then said, Sir, I have my orders, sir." "Squad leader," Mendez called out. "A moment." "Stay," John told the orderly and marched to face Chief Mendez. "Yes, sir." "Let them go," Mendez said quietly. "They can't fight anymore. They don't belong here." John inadvertently glanced at the view screen and the long line of canisters as they shrank in the distance. "What will happen to my men?" "The Navy takes care of its own," Mendez replied, and lifted his chin a little higher. "They may no longer be the fastest or the strongest soldiers, but they still have sharp minds. They can still plan missions, analyze data, troubleshoot ops." John exhaled a sigh of relief. "That's all any of us ask for, sir. A chance to serve." He turned to face Fahad and the others. He snapped to attention and saluted. Fahad managed to raise one shaking arm and return the salute. The orderlies wheeled them away. John looked at what remained of his squad. None of them had moved since the memorial ceremony. They were waiting for their next mission. "Our orders, sir?" John asked. 2 days full bed rest, squad leader. Then microgravity physical therapy aboard the Atlas until you recover from the side effects of your augmentation. Side effects. John flexed his hand. He was clumsy now. Sometimes he could barely walk without falling. Dr. Halsey had assured Dr. Halsey had assured him that these side effects were a good sign. Your brain must relearn how to move your body with faster reflexes and stronger muscles, she told him. But his eyes hurt, and they bled a little in the morning, too. He had constant headaches. Every bone in his body ached. John didn't understand any of this. He only knew that he had a duty to perform, and now he feared he wouldn't be able to. "Is that all, sir?" he asked Mendez. "No," the chief replied. "Deja will be running your squad through the dropship pilot simulator as soon as they are up to it. And," he added, "if they are up for the challenge, she wanted to cover some more organic chemistry and complex algebra." "Yes, sir," John replied. "We're up to the challenge." "Good." John continued to stand fast. "Was there something else, squad leader?" John furrowed his brow, hesitated, and then finally said, "I was squad leader. The last mission was therefore my responsibility. And members of my squad died What did I do wrong? Mendez stared at John with his impenetrable black eyes. He glanced at the squad, then back at John. Walk with me. He led John to the view screen. He stood and watched as the last of the canisters vanished into the darkness. A leader must be ready to send the soldiers under his command to their deaths, Mendez said without turning to face John. You do this because your duty to the UNSC supersedes your duty to yourself or even your crew. John looked away from the view screen. He couldn't look at the emptiness anymore. He didn't want to think of his teammates, friends who were like brothers and sisters to him, lost forever. It is acceptable, Mendez said, to spend their lives if necessary. He finally turned and met John's gaze. It is not acceptable, however, to waste those lives. Do you understand the difference? I believe I understand, sir, John said. But which was it on this last mission? Lives spent or lives wasted? Mendez turned back toward the blackness of space and didn't answer. Oh, 430 hours, April 22nd, 2525, military calendar. UNSC carrier Atlas on patrol in the Lambda Serpentis system. John oriented himself as he entered the gym. From the stationary corridor, it was easy to see that this section of the Atlas rotated. Like other ships of this age, acceleration gave the circular walls a semblance of gravity. Unlike the other portions of the dated carrier, however, this section wasn't cylindrical, but rather a segmented cone. The outer portion was wider and rotated more slowly than the narrower inner portion, simulating gravitational forces from 1/4 to 2 gravities along the length of the gym. There were free weights, punching and speed bags, a boxing ring, and machines to stretch and tone every muscle group. No one else was up this early. He had the place to himself. John started with arm curls. He went to the center section, calibrated at 1G, and picked up a 20-kilogram dumbbell. It felt wrong. Too light. The spin must be off. He set the weights down and picked up a 40-kilogram set. That felt right. For the last 3 weeks, the Spartans had gone through a daily routine of stretching, isometric exercises, light sparring drills, and lots of eating. They were under orders to consume 5 high-protein meals a day. After every meal, they had to report to the ship's medical bay for a series of mineral and vitamin injections. John was looking forward to getting back to Reach and his normal routine. There were only 32 other soldiers left in his squad. 30 candidates had washed out of the Spartan program. They died during the augmentation process. The other dozen, suffering from side effects of the process, had been permanently reassigned within the Office of Naval Intelligence. He missed them all. But he and the others had to go on. They had to recover and prove themselves all over again. John wished Chief Mendez had warned him. He could have prepared. Maybe that was the trick to the last mission, to learn to be prepared for anything. He wouldn't let his guard down again. He took a seat at the leg machine, set it to the maximum weight, but it felt too light. He moved to the high G end of the gym. Things felt normal again. John worked every machine, then moved to a speed bag, a leather ball attached to the floor and ceiling by a thick elastic band. There were only certain allowed frequencies at which the bag could be hit, or it gyrated chaotically. His fist jabbed forward, cobra quick, and struck. The speed bag moved, but slowly, like it was underwater. Far too slowly considering how hard he had hit it. The tension on the line must be turned way down. He twanged the line and it hummed. It was tight. Was everything broken in this room? He pulled a pin from the locking collar on the bench press. Bench press? Someone's gonna be doing some pressing. He pulled a pin from the locking collar on the bench press. John walked to the center section, supposedly 1G. He held the pin a meter off the deck and dropped it. It clattered on the deck. It looked as if it had fallen normally, but somehow it also looked slow to John. He set the timer on his watch and dropped the pin again. 45 hundredths of a second. 1 meter in about half a second. He forgot the formula for distance and acceleration, so he ran through the calculus and What happened? Okay, but if you're up here, you can't scratch me, okay? I'm trying to read. I'm trying to read my cool story. Here, just fall asleepings. Fall asleepings right here. Come on, lay down. Right here. What the heck was that sound? Did you hear that? Oh, I heard kind of a spooky sound. I'm gonna have to go investigate real quick. Hopefully it was just the fridge. Otherwise, you might hear me start blasting. I'm gonna leave the mic on for evidence sake. Oh, I didn't see nothing. Didn't hear nothing. That's probably just the fridge. No biggie. Okay. Where are we? He was punching the speed bag, and then he was at the very bottom of the left page here. It looked as if it had fallen normally, but somehow it also looked slow to John. He set the timer on his watch and dropped the pin again. 45 hundredths of a second. 1 meter in about half a second. He forgot the formula for distance and acceleration, so he ran through the calculus and rederived the equation. He even did the square root. What the heck? Does he have a calculator in his pocket, or is he using only the power of his brain? Oh. He frowned. He had always struggled with math before. The answer was a gravitational acceleration of 9.8 meters per second squared, 1 standard g. So the room was rotating correctly. He was out of calibration. His experiment was cut short. 4 men entered the gym. They were out of uniform, wearing only shorts and boots. Their heads were cleanly shaven. They were all heavily muscled, lean, and fit. The largest of the four was taller than John. Scars covered one side of his face. This is a pretty important, pretty cool, pretty famous part of the story lore-wise. Scars covered one side of his face. John could tell they were special forces, orbital drop shock troopers. The ODSTs had the traditional tattoos burned onto their arms. Drop jet jumpers and feet first into hell. Hell jumpers, the infamous 105th. John had overheard mess hall chatter about them. They had a reputation for success and for brutality, even against fellow soldiers. John gave them a polite nod. They just brushed past him and started on the high-gravity free weights. The largest ODST lifted the bar of the bench press. He struggled, and the bar wavered unsteadily. The iron plates on the right end slid off and fell to the deck. The opposite end of the bar tilted, and he dropped the weight, almost crushing his spotter's foot. Startled by the noise, John jumped up. "What the?" The big ODST stood and glared at the locking collar that had slipped off. "Someone took the pin." He growled and turned to John. John picked up the pin. "The error was mine," he said and stepped forward. "My apologies." The four ODSTs moved as one toward John. The big guy with the scars stood a hand's breadth away from John's nose. "Why don't you take that pin and shove it, meat?" he said, grinning. "Or better yet, maybe I should take... Let's not say take. Or better yet, maybe I should make you eat it." He nodded to his friends. John only knew 3 ways to react to people. If they were his superior officers, he obeyed them. If they were part of his squad, he helped them. If they were a threat, he neutralized them. So when the men surrounding him moved, he hesitated. Not because he was afraid, but because these men could have fallen into any of John's 3 categories. He didn't know their rank. They were fellow servicemen in the UNSC. But at that moment, they didn't seem friendly. The 2 men flanking him grabbed John's biceps. This is kinda starting to seem like a fanfic that's not quite suitable for people under the ages of 18. But maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just reading into it a little bit too much. The 2 men flanking him grabbed John's biceps. The one behind him tried to slip an arm around his neck. John hunched his shoulders and tucked his chin to his chest so he couldn't be choked. He whipped his right elbow over the hand holding him, pinned it to his side, and then straight punched the man and broke his nose. The other 3 reacted, tightening their grips and stepping closer. But like the dropped pin, they moved slowly. John ducked and slipped out of the unsuccessful headlock. He spun free, breaking the grasp of the man on his left at the same time. "Stand down!" a booming voice echoed across the gym. A sergeant stepped into the gym and strode toward them. Unlike Mendez, who was fit and trim and was always serious, this man's stomach bulged over his belt, and he looked bemused. John snapped to attention. The others stood there and continued to glare at John. "Sarge," the man with the bleeding nose said. "We were just... Did I ask you a question?" the sergeant barked. "No, Sergeant," the man replied. The sergeant eyed John, then the ODSTs. If you all are so eager to fight, get in the ring and go. If you're all so eager to fight, get in the ring and go to it. Sir, John said. He went to the boxing ring, slipped through the ropes, and stood there waiting. Oh no, he's doing the good old, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me. He went to the boxing ring, slipped through the ropes, and stood there waiting. This was starting to make sense. It was a mission. John had received orders from a superior officer, and the 4 men were now targets. The big ODST pushed through the ropes, and the others gathered to watch. I'm going to rip you to pieces, meat, he grunted through clenched teeth. John sprang off his back foot and launched his entire weight behind his first strike. First strike? Uh-oh, that's a meme in the game. First strike. His fist smashed into the man's wide chin. John's left hand followed and impacted on the shoulder. My brain wanted to read it shoulder, but it says soldier. John's left hand followed and impacted on the soldier's jaw. The man's hands came up. John stepped in, pinned one of the man's arms to the chest, and followed through with a hook to his floating ribs. Bones broke. The man staggered back. John took a short step, brought his heel down on the man's knee. 3 more punches, and the man was against the ropes. Then he stopped moving. His arm and leg and neck tilted at unnatural angles. The 3 other men moved. The one with the bloody nose grabbed an iron bar. John didn't need orders this time. 3 attackers at once. So it is an even fight. 3 attackers at once. He had to take them out before they surrounded him. He might be faster, but he didn't have eyes in the back of his head. The man with the iron bar swung a vicious... Get the heck out of the way. The man with the iron bar swung a vicious blow at John's ribs. John sidestepped, grabbed the man's hand and clamped it to the bar. He twisted the bar and crushed the bones of his attacker's wrist. John snapped a sidekick toward the second man, caught him in the groin, crushing the soft organs and breaking his target's pelvis. John pulled the bar free, whipped around and caught the third man in the neck, hitting him so hard the ODST was propelled over the ropes. At ease, number 117, Chief Petty Officer Mendez barked. John obeyed and dropped the bar. Like the pin, it seemed to take too long for the impromptu weapon to hit the deck. The ODSTs lay crumpled on the ground, either unconscious or dead. Mendez, at the far side of the gym, strode toward the boxing ring. The sergeant stood with his mouth open. Chief Mendez, sir. He snapped a crisp salute. What are you... He turned to John. His eyes widened, and he murmured, He's one of them, isn't he? Medics are on their way, Mendez said calmly. He stepped closer to the sergeant. There are 2 intel officers waiting for you in the ops. They'll brief you. He stepped back. I suggest you report to them immediately. Yes, sir, the sergeant said. He almost ran out of the gym. He looked once over his shoulder at John. Then he moved even faster. Your workout is over today, Mendez told John. John saluted. John saluted and left the ring. A team of medics entered with stretchers and rushed toward the boxing ring. Permission to speak, sir, John said. Mendez nodded. Were those men part of a mission? Were they targets or teammates? John knew that this had to be some sort of mission. The chief had been too close for it to be a coincidence. You engaged and neutralized a threat, Mendes replied. That action seems to have answered your question, squad leader. John wrinkled his forehead as he thought it through. I followed the chain of command, he said. The sergeant told me to fight. I was threatened and in immediate danger, but they were still UNSC Special Forces, fellow soldiers. Mendes lowered his voice. Not every mission has simple objectives or comes to a logical conclusion. Your priorities are to follow the orders in your chain of command and then preserve your life and the lives of your team. Is that clear? Sir, John said. Yes, sir. He glanced back at the ring. Blood was seeping into the canvas mat. John had an odd feeling in the pit of his stomach. He hit the showers and let the blood rinse off him. He felt strangely sorry for the men he had killed. But he knew his duty. The chief had even been unusually verbose in order to clarify the matter. Follow orders and keep following. Follow orders and keep himself and his team safe. That's all he had to focus on. John didn't give the incident in the gym another thought. And that is the end of chapter 7. I think, how much longer? Okay, I think what I want to do is reach up to chapter 10. So I think I want to read it up to chapter 9 and then stop right before 10. Yeah, chapter 10 seems like a pretty long chapter, so let's go up to page 92. And we are currently on page 78. Shouldn't be too bad. Okay, last 2 chapters for today. Chapter 8. 930 hours. September 11th? 930 hours. September 11th, 2525, military calendar. Epsilon Eridani System. Reach UNSC Military Complex, Planet Reach. Dr. Halsey reclined in Mendez's padded chair. She considered pilfering one of the sweet William cigars from the box on his desk. See why he considered them such a treat. The stench wafting from the box, however, was too overwhelming. How did he stand them? The door opened and CPO Mendez halted in the doorway. Ma'am, he said, and stood straighter. I wasn't informed that you would be visiting today. In fact, I had understood that you were out of the system for another week. I would have made arrangements. I'm sure you would have. She folded her hands in her lap. Our situation has changed. Where are my Spartans? They are not in their barracks, nor on any of the ranges. Mendez hesitated. They can no longer train here, ma'am. We have had to find them other facilities. Dr. Halsey stood and smothered the pleats in her gray skirt. Maybe you should oh my goodness. I'm trying to read too fast. Maybe you should explain that statement, Chief. I could, he replied, but it will be easier to show you. Very well, Dr. Halsey said, her curiosity piqued. Mendez escorted her to his personal warthog parked outside his office. The all-terrain combat vehicle had been refitted. The heavy chain gun on the back had been removed and replaced with a rack of Argent 5 missiles. Mendez drove them off the base and onto winding mountain roads. Reach was first colonized for its rich titanium deposits, Mendez told her. There are mines in these mountains thousands of meters deep. The UNSC uses them for storage. I presume you do not have my Spartans taking inventory today, Chief? No, ma'am. We just need the privacy. Mendez drove the Warthog past a manned guardhouse and into a large tunnel that sloped steeply underground. What's that for? What's the surprised face for, Mr. The Cat Watches? Did you hear something spooky? Mendez drove the Warthog past a manned guardhouse and into a large tunnel that sloped steeply underground. The road wound down in a spiral deeper into solid granite. Mendez said, "Do you remember the Navy's first experiment with powered exoskeletons?" I'm not sure I see the connection between this place, my Spartans, and the exoskeleton projects, Dr. Halsey replied, frowning. But I'll play along a bit further. Yes, I know all about the Mark I prototypes. We had to scrap the concept and redesign battle armor from the ground up for the Mjolnir project. The Mark Is consumed enormous energy. Either they had to be plugged into a generator or use inefficient broadcast power. Neither option is practical on a battlefield. Large tunnel, huh? Mendez decelerated slightly as he approached a speed bump. The Warthog's massive tires thudded over the obstacle. They used the units that weren't scrapped. There it is again, scrapped and scraped. Okay, this 100% has to be scrapped. Deeper, huh? It's capital sad, capital John, like this. Sad John. They used the units that weren't scrapped, Dr. Halsey continued, as dock loaders to move heavy equipment. She cocked, huh? She cocked one eyebrow. Or might they have been dumped in a place like this? There are dozens of the suits here. You haven't put my Spartans in some of those antiques? No. Their trainers are using them for their own safety, Mendez replied. When the Spartans recovered from microgravity therapy, they were eager to get back to their routine. However, we experienced some... He paused, searching for the right word. Difficulties. He glanced at his passenger. His face was grim. Their first day back, 3 trainees were accidentally killed during hand-to-hand combat exercises. Dr. Halsey cocked an eyebrow. Then they are faster and stronger than we anticipated. That, Mendez replied, would be understating the situation. The tunnel opened into a large cavern. There were lights scattered on the walls overhead, 100 meters up on the ceiling and along the floor, but they did little to dissipate the overwhelming darkness. Mendez parked the Warthog next to a small, prefabricated building. He jumped out and helped Dr. Halsey step from the vehicle. This way, please. Mendez gestured to the room. Gestured? Mendez gestured to the room. We'll have a better view from inside. The building had 3 glass walls, several monitors marked motion, infrared, Doppler, and passive. Mendez pushed a button and the room climbed a track along the wall until they were 20 meters off the floor. Mendez keyed a microphone and spoke. Lights. Floodlights snapped on and illuminated a section of the cavern the size of a football field. In the center stood a concrete bunker. 3 men in the primitive Mark I power armor stood on top. 6 more stood evenly spaced around the perimeter. A red banner had been planted in the center of the bunker. "Capture the flag?" Dr. Halsey asked. "Past all that heavy armor?" "Yes. The trainers in those exoskeletons can run at 32 kph, lift 2 tons, and have a 30 millimeter minigun mounted on self-targeting armatures. Stun rounds, of course. They're also equipped with the latest motion sensors and IR scopes. And needless to say, their armor is impervious to standard light weapons. It would take 2 or 3 platoons of conventional Marines to take that bunker." Mendez spoke again in the microphone, and his voice echoed off the cavern walls. "Start the drill." 60 seconds ticked by. Nothing happened. 120 seconds. "Where are the Spartans?" Dr. Halsey asked. "They're here," Mendez replied. Dr. Halsey caught a glimpse of motion in the darkness. A shadow against shadows. A familiar silhouette. "Kelly?" she whispered. The trainers turned and fired at the shadow, but it moved with almost supernatural quickness. Even the self-targeting systems couldn't track it. From above, a man free rappelled down from the girders and gantries overhead. The newcomer... The newcomer? Oh, I almost said newcomer by accident. Oh no! The newcomer landed behind one of the perimeter guards, quiet as a cat. He punched the guard's armor twice, denting the heavy plates, then dropped low and swept the target's legs out from under him. The guard sprawled on the ground. The Spartan attached his rappelling line to the trainer. A moment later, the writhing guard shot upward into the darkness. "What the heck? He stole that from Batman! That's not fair. You can't do that. You're a Spartan. You're not a Dark Knight. You can't do that. That's the wrong universe." Fuck, it's making me want to play the Arkham games again. A moment later, the writhing guard shot upward into the darkness. Quiet as a cat, huh? 2 other guards turned to attack. The Spartan dodged, rolled, and melted into the shadows. Dr. Halsey realized the trainer's exoskeleton wasn't being pulled up. It was being used as a counterweight. 2 more Spartans, dangling from the other end of that rope, dropped unnoticed into the center of the bunker. Dr. Halsey immediately recognized one of them, although he was dressed entirely in black, save his open eye slits. Number 117, John. They're like ninjas right now. They're dressed all in black so they can hide in the darkness. John landed, braced, and kicked one guard. The man landed in a heap, 8 meters away. "My balls are big." Flick-plack. Does flick-plap appear in this book? So far, we've only seen grunts at the very beginning in the prologue, so we'll have to go see later if there's another grunt later. And later in the story, whether it's for training purposes or on the battlefield. Hopefully there's more grunts. The other Spartan jumped off the bunker. He flipped end over end, evading the stun rounds that filled the air. He threw himself at the farthest guard, and they skidded together into the shadows. The guard's gun strobed once, and then it was dark again. On top of the bunker, John was a blur of slashing motions. A second guard's exosuit erupted in a fountain of hydraulic fluid, and then the man collapsed under the armor's weight. The last guard on the bunker turned to fire at John. Halsey gripped the edge of her chair. "Edging, huh?" Halsey gripped the edge of her chair. It's her speaking. He's at point blank range. Even stun rounds can kill at that distance. As the guard's gun fired, John sidestepped. The stun rounds slashed through the air, a clean mess. John grabbed the weapon's armature, twisted, and with a screech of stressed metal, wrenched it free of the exoskeleton. He fired directly into the man's chest and sent him tumbling off the bunker. The remaining quartet of perimeter guards turned and sprayed the area with suppression fire. A heartbeat later, the lights went out. Mendez cursed and keyed the mic. Backups! Hit the backup lights now! A dozen amber floods flickered to life. Flicked, huh? Not a Spartan was in sight, but the 9 trainers were either unconscious or lay immobile in inert battle armor. The red flag was gone. They literally stole this scene from Bruce Wayne training to be Batman, as he's training with the League of Shadows. A clean mess, huh? Flick-Plap canonically appears in every Halo book in existence. Oh, is it like one of those things where like in every South Park episode, there's an alien if you look for it? That's an actual thing, right? In every episode of South Park, they put an alien somewhere. Let's see. The hidden aliens in every South Park episode. Fan question. Is it true there's an alien hidden in every episode? Answer, this is probably one of South Park's greatest myths. It's a myth, just like the Spartans. And despite what you heard through the alien probe grapevine, the answer is actually no. Rippy dippy. There's an alien here, though. There's a Alamau right here. It's a secret to Alamau. It'd be pretty cool if at some point in every Halo story, though, they mention a blue grunt who has a high-pitched voice and a samurai sword who says, "Room for me?" Okay. Not a Spartan was in sight, but the 9 trainers were either unconscious or lay immobile in inert battle armor. The red flag was gone. "Show me that again," Dr. Halsey said unbelievably. "You recorded all that, didn't you?" "Of course." Mendez tapped the button, but the monitors played back static. "Damn it. They got to the cameras too," he muttered, impressed. "Every time we find a new place to hide them, they disable the recording devices." Just like a Big Feets. That's literally what they do. The Big Feets do that too. You ever wonder why come there's no good Bigfoot and Sasquatch pictures or videos? It's because they do this. What if in 1776 George Washington trained highly elite Spartan soldiers for his Continental Army, but then they went rogue and went to hide in the forests, and then they became Sasquatch. What the heck? It's all starting to add up. A blue grunt with a samurai sword and a sex drive unparalleled. How is that useful for D&D though? How is an unparalleled sex drive for a D&D character a useful trait? They disabled the recording devices. Dr. Halsey leaned against the glass wall, staring at the carnage below. "Very well, Chief Mendez. What else do I need to know?" "Your Spartans can run at bursts of up to 55 kph, he explained. Kelly can run a little faster, I think. They will only get quicker as they adjust to the alterations we've made to their bodies. They can lift 3 times their body weight." How much do ants lift? How much can ants lift? Do you even lift, bro? Ants can lift up to 10 to 50 times their body weight. So the Spartans without their suit while they are training are still not as strong as ants. So that means they're probably also not as strong as the blue grunt with the samurai sword, who has the unparalleled sex drive. They can lift 3 times their body weight, which, I might add, is almost double the norm due to their increased muscle density, and they can virtually see in the dark. Dr. Halsey pondered this new data. They should not be performing so well. There must be unexplained synergistic effects brought on by the combined modifications. What are their reaction times? Almost impossible to chart. We estimated we estimated at 20 milliseconds, Mendez replied. He shook his head, then added, I believe it's significantly faster in combat situations when their adrenaline is pumping. Any physiological or mental instabilities? None. They work like no team I've ever seen before. Damn near telepathic if you ask me. They were dropped in these caves yesterday, and I don't know where they got black suits or the rope for that maneuver, but I can guarantee they haven't left this room. They improvise and improve and adapt. And, he added, they like it. The tougher the challenge, the harder the fight, the better their morale becomes. Dr. Halsey watched as the first trainer stirred and struggled to get out of his inert armor. They might as well have been killed, she murmured. But can the Spartans kill, Chief? Kill on purpose? Are they ready for real combat? Mendez looked away and paused before he spoke. Yes, if we ordered them to, they would kill quite efficiently. His body stiffened. May I ask what real combat you mean, ma'am? She clasped her hands and wrung them nervously. Something has happened, Chief. Something Oni and the Admiralty never expected. The brass wants to deploy the Spartans. They want to test them in real combat mission. They're as ready for that as I can make them, Mendez said. He narrowed his eyes. But this is far ahead of your schedule. What happened? I've heard rumors. There was some heavy action near Harvest Colony. Harvest? I know that name. Uh-oh. This doesn't sound good. I've heard rumors there was some heavy action near Harvest Colony. Your rumors are out of date, Chief, she said, and a chill crept into her voice. There's no more fighting at Harvest. There is no more harvest. Dr. Halsey punched the descent button, and the observation room slowly lowered to the floor. Get them out of this hole, she said crisply. I want them ready to muster at 0400. We have a briefing at 0600 tomorrow aboard the London. We're taking them on a mission Only has been saving for the right crew and the right time. This is it. Yes, ma'am, Mendez replied. Tomorrow, we will see if all of the pain they've been through has been worth it. Stiff, hit by a bus. Every time Dr. Halsey is on screen, the male military guys always go stiff. Kinda weird, huh? And that is the end of chapter 8. Okay, chapter 9 is the last chapter I will be reading today. I do not think I will be doing anything else after this. I have plenty of Bigfoot stories to listen to. I have plenty of other books to read. I have plenty of other Risk of Rain runs and Total War runs that I want to do, but I think this one will just be a reading stream for Fall of Reach. Okay, last chapter for today. Chapter 9. 0605 hours, September 12th, 2020, 2525, military calendar. UNSC destroyer Pioneer en route to Eridanus system. Given Cortana is young, Halsey makes sense. Yes, that is very true. Also, given Dr. Halsey's personal AI, who is barefoot, Cortana being barefoot makes sense. So, lore-wise, everything adds up perfectly. UNSC destroyer Pioneer en route to Eridanus system. John and the other Spartans stood at ease. The briefing room aboard the UNSC destroyer Pioneer made him uncomfortable. The holographic projectors at the far end. Is that actually? It sounds right. It makes sense. The fore end, but I think they mean far end. Fore end versus far end. Fore end. What is fore end? Advanced as compared with something else, toward the front, being or coming first. Okay, I mean, I have never seen it like this. Fore end. Fore. I had never seen it like that. I had always seen it as far end. What would your AI representation that makes Spartan's simp look like? It would be basically like my VTuber avatar, basically. Same exact thing. It's like an angel and a demon who has who always has a coffee mug and is always sipping coffee. Always sipping coffee out of that mug. That's what my AI would look like. The holographic projectors at the fore end of the triangular room showed the field of stars visible off the bow of the ship. John wasn't used to seeing so much space. He kept expecting the room to decompress explosively. He's afraid that the ship is gonna implode. The stars flickered and faded, and the overhead lights warmed. Chief Petty Officer Mendez and Dr. Halsey entered the room. The Spartans snapped to attention. At ease, Mendez said. He clasped his hands behind his back and clenched his jaw muscles. The chief looked almost nervous. That made John nervous too. Dr. Halsey walked to the podium. The overhead light reflected off her glasses. Good morning, Spartans. I have good news for you. The word has come down. Command has decided to test your unique abilities. You have a new mission, an insurgent base in the Eridanus system. A star map appeared on the wall and zoomed in to show a warm orange sun ringed with 12 planets. In 2513, an armed insurrection in this system was suppressed by the UNSC force, Operation Trebuchet. An intersystem tactical map appeared, and the tiny icons representing destroyers and carriers winked on. They engaged a force of 100 smaller ships. Pinpoints of fire appeared against the dark. Pinpoints of fire appeared against the dark. The insurrection was put down, Dr. Halsey continued. However, elements of the rebel forces escaped and regrouped in the local asteroid belt. The map tilted and moved into the circle of debris around the star. Billions of rocks, Dr. Halsey said, where they hid from our forces. and continue to hide to this day. For some time, Oni believed that the rebels were disorganized and were lacking in leadership. That appears to have changed. We believe that one of these asteroids has the hollow We believe that one of these asteroids has been hollowed out and that a formidable base has been constructed within. UNSC explorations into the belt have met either with no contact or with an ambush by superior forces. She paused, pushed up her glasses, and added, "The Office of Naval Intelligence has also confirmed that FleetCom has discovered a security breach within their organization. A rebel sympathizer leaking information to these forces." John and the other Spartans shifted uneasily. A leak? It was possible. Deja had shown them many historical battles that had been won and lost because of traitors or informants, but it never occurred to him that it could happen to the UNSC. A flat picture flashed over the star map. A middle-aged man with thinning hair, a neatly trimmed beard, and watery gray eyes. "This is their leader," Dr. Halsey said. "Colonel Robert Watts. The original photo was taken after Operation Trebuchet and has been computer-aged. Your mission is to infiltrate the rebel base and capture Watts." Oops, no, there's no "and" there. "Your mission is to infiltrate the rebel base, capture Watts, and return him alive. Alive and unharmed, to UNSC-controlled space. This will deprive the rebels of their new leadership, and it will provide Oni a chance to interrogate Watts and root out traitors within FleetCom." Dr. Halsey stepped aside. "Chief Mendez?" Mendez exhaled and unclasped his hands. He strode to the podium and cleared his throat. "This operation will be different from your previous missions. You will be engaging with the enemy using live rounds and lethal force. They will be returning the favor. If there is any doubt, any confusion, and make no mistake, in combat there will be confusion. Take no chances. Kill first, ask questions later. Support on this mission will be limited to the resources and firepower of this destroyer," Mendez continued. "This is to minimize the chance of a leak in the command structure." Mendez walked to the star map. The face of Colonel Watts snapped off and blueprints of the Parabola-class freighter appeared. "Although we don't know the location of the rebel base, we believe they received periodic shipments from Eridanus II. The independent freighter Landon is due to leave space dock in 6 hours for a routine recertification of her engines. She is..." I gotta reborrow the book here. Let me take a second to refresh the page. This will have to be the last refresh for today. "The independent freighter Landon is due to leave space dock in 6 hours for a routine recertification of her engines. She is being loaded with enough food and water to supply a small city. Additionally, her captain has been identified as a rebel officer thought to have been killed during Operation Trebuchet. You will slip aboard this freighter and hopefully hitch a ride to the rebel base. Once there, infiltrate the installation, grab Watts, and get off that rock any way you can." Chief Mendez gazed at them all. "Questions?" "Sir," John said, what are our extraction options?" "You have 2 options. a panic button that will relay a distress signal to a pre-established listening ship. Also, the Pioneer will stay on station. Briefly, our window here is 13 hours. He tapped the star map on the edge of the asteroid belt and it glowed with a blue nav marker. I'll leave the extraction choice up to you, but let me point out that this asteroid belt has a circumference of more than 1 billion kilometers, making it impossible to canvass with only surveillance craft. If things get hot, you will be on your own. Any other questions? The Spartans sat silent and immobile. No? Well, listen up, recruits, Mendez added. This time, I've told you all the twists that I know of. Be prepared. Be prepared for anything. His gaze fixed on John. Squad leader, you are hereby promoted to the rank of Petty Officer 3rd Class. Sir, John snapped to attention. Assemble your team and equipment. Be ready to muster at 0300. We'll drop you off at the Eridanus 2 docks. You're on your own from there. Yes, sir, John said. Mendez saluted. He and Dr. Halsey then left the room. John turned to face his teammates. The other Spartans stood at attention. 32. Too many for this operation. He needed a small team, 5 or 6 maximum. Sam, Kelly, Linda, and Fred, meet me in the weapons locker in 10 minutes. The other Spartans sighed and their gazes dropped to the deck. The rest of you fall out. You'll have a more difficult part of this mission. You'll have to wait here. The weapons locker of the Pioneer had been stocked with a bewildering array of combat equipment. On the table were guns, knives, communication gear, body armor. Is there supposed to be a comma here? Because otherwise it reads as body armor explosives, which could make sense. Anti-armor explosive rounds or something. I will assume that it's meant to be this way. On the table were guns, knives, communication gear, body armor explosives, medical packs, survival gear, portable computers, even a thruster pack for maneuvering in space. More important than the equipment, however, John assessed his team. Sam had recovered from the augmentation faster than any of the other Spartans. He paced impatiently around the crates of grenades. He was the strongest of them all. He stood taller than John by a head. He had grown out his sandy hair to 3 centimeters. Chief Mendez had warned him that he was going to look like a civilian soon. Kelly, in contrast, had taken the longest to recover. She stood in the corner with her arms crossed over her chest. John had thought she wasn't going to make it. She was still gaunt, and her hair had yet to grow back. Her face, however, still had its rough, angular beauty. She scared John a little, too. She was fast before. Now, no one could touch her if she didn't allow it. No touching allowed without the woman's consent. Fred sat cross-legged on the deck, twirling a razor-edged combat knife in glittering arcs. He always came in second in all the contests. John thought he could have come in first, but he just didn't like the attention. He was neither too short nor too tall. He wasn't overly muscled or slim. His black hair was shot with streaks of silver, a feature he hadn't had before his augmentation. If anyone in the group could blend into a crowd, it would be him. Linda was the quietest member of the group. She was pale, had close-cropped red hair and green eyes. She was a crack shot, an artist with a sniper rifle. Kelly circled the table once and selected a pair of grease-stained blue coveralls. Her name had been sloppily embroidered on the chest. These are These are new trainee uniforms? Only provided them, John said. They're supposed to match the crew of the Did I pronounce it Laden before or Latin? I think it's Oh no, I forgot how I pronounced it before. We'll go with Laden. Only provided them, John said. They're supposed to match the crew of the Laden wares. Kelly held the coveralls up and frowned. They don't give a girl much to work with. Try this on for size. Linda held a black bodysuit up to Kelly's long, slender frame. They had used these suits before. They were form-fitting, lightweight. Lightweight polymer body armor. They could deflect a small caliber round and had refrigeration/heating units that would mask infrared signatures. The integrated helmet had encryption and communications gear, a heads-up display, and thermal and motion detectors. Sealed tight, the unit had a 15-minute reserve of oxygen to let the wearer survive in a vacuum. The suits were uncomfortable, and they were tricky to repair in the field. And they always needed repairs. They're too tight, Kelly said. It'll limit my range of motion. We wear them for this op, John told her. There are too many places between here and there with nothing to breathe but vacuum. As for the rest of your equipment, take what you want, but stay light. Without recon data on this place, we're going to be moving fast, or we'll be dead. The team started selecting their weapons first. .390 caliber, Fred asked. Yes, John replied. Everyone take guns that used 390. How should I pronounce it? How would they pronounce it? They would know the proper pronunciation, right? Would it be 39 odd or 390? Caliber pronunciation. Why can't they just use 9mm like me? Pronunciation. Fuck. I didn't get any good results. What the heck? Would it be 39 odd or ammo pronunciation? Holy fuck, my tummy is too strong. I guess we'll just go with 390. Simplest way of doing it. Easy peasy. I think I would have to find a Halo specific one. Halo specific wiki. So we'll just go with 390 because that's how Fred asked for it here. The team started selecting their weapons first. .390 caliber, Fred asked. Yes, John replied. Everyone take guns that use .390 caliber ammunition so we can share clips if we have to. Except Linda. Linda gravitated to a matte black, long-barreled rifle. The SRS-99C S2AM. The sniper rifle system had modular sections. Scopes, stocks, barrels, even the firing mechanism could be swapped. She quickly stripped the rifle down and reconfigured it. She assembled a flash and sound suppression barrel, and then, to compensate for the lower muzzle, velocity, she increased the ammunition caliber to .450. She ditched all the sights and scopes and settled for an integrated link to her helmet's heads-up display. She pocketed 5 extended ammunition clips. Maybe this is a perfect time to play the Charlie video. This isn't a clip, you monkey. It's a magazine. She pocketed 5 extended ammunition clips. John also chose an MA2B, a cut-down version of the standard MA5B assault rifle. It was tough and reliable, with electronic targeting and an ammo supply indicator. It also had a recoil reduction system and could deliver an impressive 15 rounds per second. He kicked up a knife, 20-centimeter blade, one serrated edge, non-reflective titanium carbide, and balanced for throwing. John grabbed the panic button, a tiny single-shot emergency beacon. It had 2 settings. The red setting alerted the Pioneer that it had hit the fan and to come in guns blazing. The green setting merely marked the location of the base for later assault by the UNSC. He took a double handful of ammo clips, then paused. He sat down and pocketed 5. If they got into a firefight where he'd need much more firepower, their mission was over anyway. Everyone took similar equipment, with a few variations. Kelly selected a small computer pad with IR links. She also had their field medical kit. Fred packed a standard issue lock breaker. Linda selected 3 nav marker transmitters, each the size of a tick. The trackers could be adhered to an object and would broadcast the object's location to the Spartans' heads-up displays. Sam hefted 2 medium-sized backpacks. Damage packs. They were filled with C-12, enough high explosives to blow through 3 meters of battleship armor plate. "You have enough of that stuff?" Kelly asked him wryly. "You think I should take more?" Sam replied, and smiled. "Nothing like a little fireworks to celebrate the end of a mission." "Everyone ready?" John asked. Sam's smile disappeared, and he slapped an extended clip into his MA2B. "Ready." Kelly gave him... another typo. Kelly gave John a thumbs up. Fred and Linda nodded. "Then let's get to work." And that is the end of Chapter 9. And that is where I will end for today. My throat could really use a break too, so that's good that I found the perfect spot to end. I guess I will read the setting for Chapter 10, and that's where we will leave off for next time. Chapter 10, 1210 hours, September 14th, 2525, military calendar. Eridanus system, Eridanus 2 space dock, civilian cargo ship laden, registry number F-0980W. And that is where we will leave you for today. We are currently on page 92 of 435, so we definitely have quite a bit more to get through. If it takes about 2 reading sessions to do 100 pages, then it might take a total of, let's say 8, 9 more streams maybe of dedicated reading, depending on how many breaks I want to take and and how comfortable I feel reading for longer periods of time. But yeah, we're gonna have to. I think this one might last a little longer than Harry Potter. I forgot how many pages Harry Potter was too, but I think it was shorter than this. I think it was like maybe 390 pages or something. But I believe that the font was larger, so this book technically seems like it might be longer. In the long run, might be longer and have more words. But yeah, that is where I'm gonna end Halo for today. And I think I definitely need to get a break on my voice, so I'm not gonna do any articles or anything, or any spooky stories. But yeah, that was pretty fun. From what I remember of when they get their armor, their actual Spartan armor, I think it's pretty close to the Elamaus. So I think we're still quite a bit away from the Elamaus, from the grunts, and the jackals, and the elites. But we'll get there soon enough. I don't think I have anything else here that I wanna do before I end. Yeah, so we're good. I guess this is also not a bad spot to end because it's right before the mission. So we have something to look forward to for next time. Okay, where is the musics? Okay. Thanks for chilling and memeing. Thanks for listening and hanging out. I don't know if I will do more tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. But I gotta go do more eating and then more playing with the kitties. And I'll probably go wash the dishes a little bit. And then probably also some more snacking. So I can be strong and muscular like John when he was working at the gym. Gotta get my strong gamer girl Spartan biceps and gamer girl Spartan abs. What's up, Arby? What's your pretty? Okay. I gotta go take a nap or something, or chill with some YouTube videos. I think I also probably need to adjust my Mendez voice a little bit because otherwise it just hurts too much. It hurts my throat too much to try to go from a higher pitch to a more lower pitch, and I also have to play around with it. Okay, good luck, have fun, don't die, don't be stupid, don't do anything I wouldn't do. Don't forget that you can support me by clicking the links here. My birthday's Saturday. If you want to do a wishlist thingy, you can support with the wishlist as well. Tell your family, tell your friends. Try not to have spooky nightmares. Don't do any of this at home with the Spartans because you're gonna break your bones. And, as always, I will see you next time. Bye bye.